Vinaka. Welcome to the 17th Asia Media Summit.
Bulavanaka, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, the Right Honourable Voreqe Bainimarama, Honourable Ministers of Information of Fiji, Cambodia, Laos, India, Thailand and Samoa, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the AIBD GC Council President, Mr. Mayank Agrawal, AIBD Director, Ms. Philomena Ganana Pragazam, sponsors, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen joining us from around the region and around the world. My name is Amalia Rigsby, and on behalf of AIBD and the Organizing Committee, I'd like to warmly welcome you back to the 17th Virtual Asia Media Summit 2022, Day 2 of Future Forward Reimagining Media Pacific Extravaganza. Yesterday saw a jam-packed, information-filled day with wonderful panelists from around the region give us their insight into different topics of discussion that directly affect us as organizations that work with or around the media. And it will only get better. To kickstart our day, it's my pleasure to reintroduce a young, vibrant contemporary group from Fiji, VO.
Up next, Session 4, Broadcasting Humane Stories in Line with Agenda 2030. This session is brought to you by this.
Your window to rising India. India's voice on global platforms. Latest news from India and around the world. In-depth analysis of global headlines. Watch DD India in your country. Available for downlink in all Southeast Asian countries. STTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 17 at 93.5 degrees east. HDTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 10 at 83 degrees east. For technical details, scan here. Switch to DD India now.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio
That won the first prize.
जनाब बहुत रोमांचक रही है।
Head of the trade negotiations, Tara stated.
They must get
साथ-साथ it has undergone 9 revisions. Foley, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith 900. This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar. Namaskar.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're just as excited as I am to get day 2 started. It's so wonderful to see participants joining us from Pakistan, Myanmar, Vietnam, Malaysia, Bangladesh, Turkey, and Fiji. Now, just a reminder to all of our attendees, we'd like to encourage you to please participate in the discussions. You can place your observations or your questions in the chat. Now, kickstarting our sessions off today is Session 4, Broadcasting Humane Stories in Line with Agenda 2030, which is kindly being sponsored by Prasar Bharati. To moderate this session, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Rajesh Singh. Mr. Singh is a Regional Vice President for the Asia Pacific at the Internet Society, a non-profit organization dedicated to ensuring the open development, evolution, and use of the Internet worldwide. In this role, he works with a broad range of stakeholders, including governments, civil society, academia, the private sector, the technical community, and influencers in the Asia Pacific region to promote technologies, policies, and best practices to keep the Internet open, globally connected, secure, and trusted for the benefit of people all across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, our first moderator for the day, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Amelia, and thank you, ABD, for this opportunity. Bula Vinaka, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening indeed for some of you perhaps, and welcome to the to Session 4 and the first session for today, of course. I'll just very quickly read a little description of what this session is about, and then I'll introduce my esteemed speakers. We live in a time when people have never had more information available to them, yet it is still difficult for them to understand what are the core issues that shape their social lives. A global challenge for governments and policymakers alike is to analyze the grassroots issues of their respective societies, is a lack of humane stories in mass media. As the media is an essential pillar of democracy and a social watchdog, it is the only way for the public to understand their world. The ability to tell stories has the potential to unite or divide us, and I think we're seeing a bit of the division part of late in many places around the world. In this day and age, the masses cannot afford to be uneducated, especially when it comes to human development issues. It is evident that the success of Agenda 2030 heavily depends on how the media spotlights the key problem areas and disseminates accurate information to its consumers. So that's a nice way to frame this session. And I have four very good speakers, I would say, in terms of their background and expertise, but also very diverse in the four that I have. Now, the first speaker, which will actually be a pre-recorded message because he couldn't join us this morning, is Dr. Tawfiq Jalassi, who is the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO. Dr. Jalassi was appointed the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Communication and Information in July of last year. In this position, he is responsible for the organization's programs on building inclusive knowledge societies, leading digital transformation, strategizing the role of ICT in education, and fostering freedom of expression. There are larger bios on the website, so I invite you to look up our panelists in further detail. The second speaker is Dr. Atsuko Okuda, who's the Regional Director of the International Telecommunications Union Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, based out of Thailand. Ms. Okuda joined ITU in April of 2020, and prior to that, she was the Chief of the ICT and Development Section of the ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ASCAP as we call it, also based in Thailand. At ASCAP, she promoted the development of regional broadband connectivity and inclusive broadband through the implementation of the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway, or APIS initiative. Then we have Mr. Romeo Aka, who is the Assistant Director and Head of Community Relations Division at the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta. Romeo is a communication, mobilization, and advocacy practitioner from the Philippines with more than 2 decades of professional experience in both non-governmental and intergovernmental settings in the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Romeo is currently the head of Community Relations Division at the ASEAN Secretariat, and his team is responsible for raising public awareness on ASEAN, media, and stakeholder engagement and public outreach. Last but not least, I have Mr. Aaron Kearney, who is currently serving as the Communications Advisor for the Australia Timor-Leste Partnership for Human Development. Aaron is a multi-award winning broadcaster, photojournalist, sports commentator, and 5-time New York Festival Award winner. He is an AIPS Sports Award silver medalist and the 44th MEAA Prodi Journalist of the Year. He's worked for a number of media organizations in the region, particularly in Australia, including Fairfax, Channel 7, ABC, and others. So those are the 4 speakers I have, and I think we'll start off first with Dr. Jalassi's pre-recorded video message, which is a few minutes long. His video also helps set the stage for what I'm hoping will be the discussion afterwards. We've asked our panelists to spend 7 to 8 minutes just providing their views on what the topic is and their thoughts on that. And then I'm hoping we can get to a Q&A session as well. So if you have any questions or comments and thoughts, please put them either in the chat window or in the Q&A icon if you're participating online, which you will see at the bottom of your screen there. So with that, can I ask our support staff to queue up the video from Dr. Jalassi? We don't seem to have audio from the video that's playing.
Just a moment, please. The Republic of Fiji and the Asia Pacific Institute for Broadcasting Development for the invitation to speak at the Asia Media Summit 2022. I am pleased to introduce the session on broadcasting humane stories in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Indeed, the link between journalism and the 2030 Agenda is inextricable. Without free, independent, professional, and pluralistic media, it's hard to imagine a functioning democracy. Media helps us make informed decisions and holds those in power accountable. But the media is more than that. It is what helps us make sense of the world and our role in it. It is largely through media that we can understand and relate to each other. This is why representation matters and why public interest media is so vital to building peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. We need media that is free from political, business, or personal interests. We need media that serves all segments of society, in which everyone, especially the most marginalized, can recognize themselves and voice their concerns. We need media that contextualize the global challenges without leaving us hopeless, but instead making us feel aware and empowered. Most of you present here today are media practitioners. You are reporters, editors, and producers, among others. You are on the front line to see that the public interest media is facing an existential threat today. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the economic crisis in the media industry. This has led to the closure of many media outlets, the loss of jobs, and worsened the situation of information-poor local communities. At the heart of this existential threat is media viability. No matter how much we work to ensure the safety of journalists and access to capacity building trainings, public interest media cannot survive unless journalists can pay their bills. The time for action to address the news media viability crisis is now. What would it take to make public interest media sustainable? There is certainly no one-size-fits-all formula. On the one hand, newsrooms can reinvent their business models, diversify their content, and staff as well as grow a loyal audience base. On the other hand, governments, technology companies, and donors have a role to play too. There is a lot governments can do without compromising editorial independence and integrity, from tax breaks to targeted subsidies to pursuing antitrust cases. At UNESCO, we work with member states and give policy recommendations to help create enabling media environments in line with our unique mandate to promote freedom of expression, safety of journalists, and access to information. This mandate was further strengthened in 2021 when the UNESCO 193 member states endorsed the principles of the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration, which underlines media viability as a core pillar of information as a public good. UNESCO, through its international program for the development of communication, has been working with partners to diagnose the situation, facilitate exchanges, and advise member states and other stakeholders on the way forward. I invite you all to consult our two most recent publications available online. First, Actionable Policy Recommendations for Governments, a publication entitled Finding the Funds for Journalism to Thrive. And second, a collection of inspiring media initiatives from all over the world called After the Pandemic, Building Back a Stronger Media. The collection of inspiring media initiatives may be of special interest to you as it showcases success stories in areas such as investigative journalism, fact-checking, and new business models. It is also a testament to the tireless energy, courage, and resilience of journalists around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, despite its disastrous effects, the COVID-19 pandemic has reminded the world of the value of journalism, of quality, verified information. The road ahead is long, but the stakes are too high for us not to try our very best. I wish you fruitful deliberations in your following sessions. Thank you.
All right, thanks to Dr. Jelassi for sending us that pre-recorded video message. And I think he raised a couple of very interesting points in his intervention there. And I'm hoping we can come to some of that later in the discussion. Next, I have Atsuko, who I believe will be running a couple of slides. So if we could cue that up, and over to you, Atsuko.
Thank you, Raj. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. My name is Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director of the ITU Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. And I'm very, very grateful to be invited to this very important session. I have a slide, if the organizer could show. Next slide, please. For those who may not have been engaged with ITU previously, just to provide a very short overview. ITU is the oldest UN agency specialized in ICT, and we have the mandate to connect the unconnected. And we have three specialized bureaus, as some of you may know, on radio communication, standardization, and development. And I believe that many of you may have been involved in the radio communication part regarding the spectrum management. Next slide, please. So in Asia and the Pacific, we are working on 5 key pillars of activities mandated by our member countries and ITU members, covering the infrastructure, the economy, security, and social inclusion. Next slide, please. So out of all the activities that ITU undertake in in Asia and the Pacific, I would like to talk about Girls in ICT Day that ITU celebrates every day as part of the digital inclusion efforts. And this is an example that I would like to share with you today as how, just to demonstrate how we are using different media channels and modality and styles to convey the humane stories. And you will see at the end why we are doing this. So let me just give you the overall background on what is this Girls in ICT Day. The purpose of this celebration is to encourage girls and young women to pursue academic and professional careers in ICT and STEM. As you may know, Asia and the Pacific has one of the highest or more prominent digital divides between men and women. And many studies pointed out that it's partly because there are fewer female students in STEM and engineering and ICT, and we would like to start addressing early on, targeting at young girls and young women to be aware, to be exposed to the great opportunities that ICT present to them. So every year in April, we celebrate the Girls in ICT Day events. So in 2022, under the theme Access and Safety, we have been, as we speak, organizing capacity development, advocacy, and awareness raising among an increasing number of girls and young women in Asia and the Pacific and beyond. And as you see on the right-hand side, this is a year-long celebration, and we started in Indonesia on 21 April, followed by Thailand and Philippines, Cambodia, and we hope to organize it in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and the Pacific towards the end of the year. And one of the key activities that ITU promotes together with partners such as UNESCO, UNICEF, is the safety through cybersecurity hackathon, as well as digital skills training. And we hope that interested girls and young women will decide to explore various opportunities on their own. So these are some of the photos that we took from the Girls in ICT Day Thailand events, and it was a hybrid event supported by the female leaders in ICT, such as Ms. Mira Taiva in Indonesia, as well as the additional secretary from the Pakistan, as well as the commissioner in NBTC. Next slide, please. So the most important part in my presentation is how we are using different media to convey and to encourage girls and young women to be interested in this important topic. So as you see, we encourage the participating girls and women to share the posts and tweets on their social media account. And as you see, we got interesting comments. Unfortunately, it is in Thai, but that really shows, what they thought about this event, what they can do, what they want to do to pursue ICT career. Next slide, please. And additionally, we thank you. Develop videos based on the interviews that we conducted from the participants. And we have a very short video that we can show if the organizer can click. And what's just to hear what girls and young women as well as teacher said about being involved and participate, having participated in this event.
Thanks to the great activity to farm girls in ICT that help to push more women into IT laws. I will apply the skill that I have learned and share them with friends. One day, I hope to be as good as the hero models. Holding. Thank you.
After I participate cybersecurity class, I think I have gained a lot of knowledge and experience. Like I used to post or like and share some funny things of my friends, but my mindset is changed now because sometimes it is fun for me, but it's not okay for my friends. And I think I will tell anyone that don't share silly photo of your friends and please share just the good thing indeed. Thank you.
As a teacher, I will tell you that I will motivate and activate my students to aware of using ICT because I know that ICT is very important and useful, right, for the future life of my student. So the more we know ICT, the more opportunity they will get in the future world.
Thank you. So sometimes we feel that the voices of the beneficiaries and young girls and young women are very, very powerful and convey really the message that this is important to bridge the gender digital divide and to really accelerate the digital inclusion. Next slide, please. And additionally, it's not only girls and young women who can change, it's about policymakers and leaders in industry and government. And for them, we from time to time write articles and blogs. And you see on the right-hand side, I had a great opportunity to co-author an op-ed on the Hindu on the gender digital divide. And I also want to add that very recently, last week, we managed to get a blog co-authored with UNICEF on this particular topic on digital technology. And I can also add that I also had a privilege to write and co-author a blog with a fellow of AIBD on the importance of utilizing the new media and traditional broadcasting media because different media reached, how can I say, reach different audience. And we thought that the combination is really particularly important, especially under COVID lockdowns. Next slide, please. So this is the latest blog I was talking about, which I co-authored with UNICEF colleagues to highlight the importance of this topic in particular in South Asia. Next slide, please. So in summary, I just wanted to add that why we are doing this, why are we using different media, different modality and different styles to convey the message. At the end of the day, a major part of development is behavioral change. And of course, we can organize activities, we can lay the infrastructure, we can put the policy in place, but it is very important, as you heard from the girls and teachers from Thailand, that it is very important that they internalize what they learned and communicate among each other and encourage other girls and teachers to pursue, in our case, a career in STEM. So I just wanted to add that before I move on to this another important topic, which is the World Telecommunication Development Conference ITU is organizing from 6 to 16 June 2022 in Kigali. Together with the conference, we launched this Partner to Connect Digital Coalition to mobilize the resources and partnerships and commitment to connect the unconnected around 4 areas of connecting, empowering, building the ecosystems, as well as incentivizing the investments. Next slide, please. And there is an online platform. We are encouraging various stakeholders such as government, industry, academia, and of course, as well as the media to join us and submit pledges on how you and we can support connecting the unconnected globally. Next slide, please. And this is another perhaps ad to promote what we do with AIBD. And thanks to the support from AIBD and USAID, we could organize a special pre-summit session on cybersecurity and journalism and encourage the female journalists to pursue and to specialize in cybersecurity reporting, because we believe that we need different entry points, different segments of society to engage, to connect the unconnected and to ensure no one is left behind and offline. Thank you. Next slide, please. And that was the last slide. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Back to you, Raj.
Thank you, Atsuko. In the interest of time, we'll move on to with our other speakers, and then hopefully we'll have some time at the end. I have a few questions of my own that I'd like to ask our panelists, but let's see how we go for time. Next, I'd like to get Romeo to provide his thoughts and views, and particularly Romeo has got extensive experience in the Southeast Asian sub-region, of course. So look forward to hearing what you have to offer on the topic, Romeo. Over to you.
Thank you, Raj, and good morning from Jakarta. What I'd like to do today is to share with you what we're currently doing at the ASEAN Secretariat in terms of narrating, SDG-inspired stories, and offer a bit of some reflections in terms of our experiences and our challenges. Just to set the context, a little bit of where I'm coming from. As many of you know, the ASEAN community is fundamentally structured along the same core issues propounded by Agenda 2030. So we have the ASEAN political security community, and it's all about peace and partnership. The ASEAN economic community, on the other hand, is about prosperity for all. And the ASEAN sociocultural community focuses on people and planet. We also have one of our key programs called the Initiative for ASEAN Integration, which is meant to narrow the development gap among ASEAN member states so as not to leave anyone behind. In short, the ASEAN Vision 2025, which guides the establishment of a peaceful, prosperous, and socially responsible ASEAN community, is actually complementary to or even mirrors, Agenda 2030. Now, for us in the communication department, one of our challenges is that we know ASEAN is doing a lot to support Agenda 2030 and its own community building ambitions, but we have difficulties in terms of generating those human interest stories that illustrate the issues or progress or even people's aspirations in terms of the specific goals or objectives. I guess it's because we're still in the early stage of developing a culture of communicating our community building process through people's stories, instead of merely highlighting the policies and structures, that we have developed or are developing. The good news is that we're gradually improving and we're constantly searching for stories of individuals or communities that have benefited from ASEAN initiatives or making contributions toward ASEAN community building. We believe that this is how we can, build ASEAN closer to the people. Unlike many of you, we're not a broadcaster, but we're using all of our communication channels, including digital media, to bring home the message that ASEAN is building a community where everyone gets the opportunity to live decent, peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable lives. And so recently we have adopted what I would say a friendlier manner to tell the ASEAN development in our, for example, annual reports where we feature sidebar stories of individual citizens. Likewise, the ASEAN Secretariat also publishes the ASEAN magazine, where we try to relate the ASEAN integration or community building process to people, especially those who are non-ASEAN specialists. And almost every story in the magazine focuses on individuals or communities who are either making a contribution towards the attainment of a specific SDG or how they are impacted by SDG-related programs or projects. Even our annual celebration of ASEAN Day gets to be spiced up with stories or narratives of individuals or families. Like last year, we focused, on people with disability and how they're affected by, online learning. We also want to drive home the message that people are not just beneficiaries of development, but they can also be active participants and agents of development. So we convey this through the stories of individuals whom we see as change makers or champions, like environmental heroes, green warriors, biodiversity heroes, women's empowerment champions, youth leaders, or women scientists, for example. And recently, we have produced podcasts where we featured ASEAN citizens who are doing their bits to achieve these development goals. Our aim is to show that we have real people in ASEAN who are championing these goals. But the challenge here is the possibility that these stories, which focus on individuals, may perpetrate the notion that one person's willpower, drive, passion, or choices are the only factors that explain a successful outcome, without highlighting the social or environmental factors that influence such outcomes, which is what the SDGs are all about. Nonetheless, we are aware that human stories are important for ASEAN community building, because the community that we are building is one that is people-oriented and people-centered. At the end of the day, we know that we're able to achieve our objectives if we have actual stories of people who are putting in their stakes or have benefited from our cooperation in the areas of education, health, disaster management, or protecting the well-being of migrant workers. Hopefully, these stories will motivate them to support policies or initiatives that help build conditions for collective growth and progress. Finally, ASEAN community, we believe, is strongest when our citizens get the opportunity to reach their full potentials and contribute fully to the community. And these are the stories that we need to put out to secure our community building process. We're not there yet, but our journey has begun. Thank you.
Thanks, Romeo. I'll now ask Aaron to, I think Aaron's going to run a couple of slides as well. So Aaron, are you there?
I am indeed, Raj. Do you have me?
Yes, I do. Go for it, sir.
Apologies, Timor-Leste, as Dr. Atsuko will probably attest, has some of the worst internet in the world, and it is invariably particularly bad at this time of day. So I do hope the technology gods and perhaps the ITU are smiling on us this afternoon so that we're able to get through this. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. We are pressed for time, so I won't dive deep other than to say it's so great to be connected to so many of the countries and people that I've spent a lot of pre-COVID time with. It's lovely to be here with you, albeit virtually, and from Timor-Leste, a place that embodies a lot of the challenges that we're talking about here. I wanted to take a really practical approach this afternoon. I know a lot of you who are watching this seminar are practitioners who are at the coalface, are out there trying to do stories in the challenge of the modern media environment. And so I wanted to tackle a real elephant in the room for many people, particularly those working across borders or across socioeconomic divides, and that is, how do we give authentic voice to people to give them their own agency, while at the same time making sure that we are producing content that is meaningful and connective and serves our purposes, as was described right at the start of this seminar, in surviving these tumultuous times. I think this is at the core of the challenge that faces everyone. So next slide, please. This is normally a big workshop that I work through over time and do as a mentoring process. It's quite complicated, but the logic is sound. So I'm going to run through the logic with you today. So we have moved to a place in the world and a time in history where we've recognized that everybody owns their own story. The one thing you are the world's leading expert on is you. You are the holder of your story. You own your experience. And much of the pain of colonial pasts and other injustices, gender inequities, racism, come from people co-opting or diminishing somebody else's story. Well, modern communication channels means there are more ways than ever for anyone to tell their story. Indeed, when the internet first came, that was going to be the great promise, right? Everyone would have their platform. They would be able to make things amazing. And there is really strong pressure for media professionals to get out of the way and let people tell their own stories. Sure, makes sense for all the reasons that I've just said, but there's a challenge, as we'll explore on the next slide, please. We have to ask ourselves, who is listening if we give voice to everyone? If it was as simple as just giving voice to people, as modern platforms now do, then every hungry child, every mistreated woman, every act of racial discrimination would result in the victim telling their own story from their own perspective, attract a huge audience, and a torrent of outrage and action would immediately follow. But this is a million miles from the world that we live in, right? So why is that? Let's explore that concept. Next slide, please. Yes, so worthy and authentic, that is, telling your own story, are not the same as engaging. So this challenge, or this apparent disappointment that people aren't able to get humane stories into the world and start tackling the 2030 agenda in the way that we'd like, is, ironically, great news for professional storytellers. It means that we still matter. Our skills in tailoring stories to audiences remain highly valuable. We are the connection between authentic stories gathered in the real world and told by real people. We connect those things to engaged audiences and hopefully deliver genuine impact. Next slide, please. So this is the challenge that is presented to me, to you, and to everybody who wants to be relevant in the future of how stories are told, how humane stories are told, and how journalism and broadcasting is used to address the challenges of the future. You and I need to find a way to empower and amplify authentic voices sharing real stories. We need to give agency and power to people to tell their own stories, but then we need to use our skills and our knowledge to make it connect to audience. Next page, please. So here is the logic that I'm looking to summarize here. Modern humane storytelling is about empowered storytelling. It's not about somebody like me going to somewhere in the world and telling a young woman's story on her behalf, being her voice. Modern humane storytelling is empowered storytelling. Empowered storytelling means authentic stories told from the heart that affect in the ways, as Romeo was saying before, affect in ways that policy and documents do not. Authentic stories combined with effective audience engagement equals cut through and impact. And when you get cut through and impact, then the audience grows and loyalty sticks with you, meaning your organization might have a future going forward. Final slide, please. So here is what I would like you to take away from today. The people who you are engaging with, if you're in the communications game for ASEAN, the people who are affected by your programs. If you are, as I am, working for the Partnership for Human Development, the people who are engaging in your programs. Or if you're just out there telling the story of your country, your town, your region. They own their story. That is the modern reality. But you own the storytelling skills. Together, you can combine to own the audience. How do you do that? That's a conversation for another seminar on another day when we have a little more time than I have with you today. I hope that has sparked some thinking and some interest in you, and I'll pass back to Raj and the team so that they can take us into the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Indeed, I wish we had another hour or so because I've got so many questions and comments that we could really do a deep dive on, but Alice, we don't have that much time. But I do, there was a question in the Q&A which I tried to answer. I hope that was good enough. We have just a few minutes left, and I had a couple of thoughts that I had whilst I was thinking about this session early in the week. One of them was just reflecting on my younger days, growing up in rural Queensland, for instance, and elsewhere. And sometimes I do miss those days, and very simply because, I knew where to go to find things that interested me, be they human interest stories, so indeed investigative journalism, which is also unfortunately starting to fade quite rapidly these days in many parts of the world. There were magazines I could turn to, which I knew there'd be some parts of a magazine I would always read every week or month or whenever they came out. Same thing with newspapers. There'd be a section of the newspaper. Sometimes I'd fight my uncles or my cousins to get hold of that, be it the sports section or something else in between, which is more interesting to me. All that seems to have gone away in many respects, right? Because nowadays, also a slight confession, I'm also one of those few people that I know of these days that still gets a newspaper delivered to my house every day, including a local newspaper as well as a national masthead, because, local, because I want to know what's happening in my community. And of course, the national newspaper, so I know what's happening in the rest of the country and elsewhere. The other thing I do is, as Phil knows, of course, is I listen to a local community radio, which I patronize here where I live. But other than those, because I was aware of those, I don't quite know where to go to get these human interest stories anymore. We have social media. Yes, you could say there's the digital landscape, but that's a crowded space. It's a 24-hour news cycle, and it's shares and likes which determine what succeeds and what doesn't succeed, what flows to the top and what doesn't, what trends and what doesn't trend. And then, of course, the other problem I have is that a lot of that is user-generated, which is nice, citizen journalism or otherwise, but it's also a lot of influencer content, right? And there's a hell more lot of promoted content these days. So sometimes, dissecting fact from fiction or myths, as there were, gets very, very difficult. So, Aaron, you perhaps are the most, journalism is your bread and butter still, I think. I remember you from Channel 7 and ABC days, but, but beyond that, where do I go to find that human interest story that really matters and which I can use to perhaps amplify or make a difference? So start with you, Aaron, perhaps.
Yeah, it's an excellent question, Raj. And if I knew the answer definitively, it would probably be me, not Jeff Bezos, that's flying to the moon in a rocket. But a more genuine engagement for an answer on that is that I think we are in a state of flux, and I think that we are transitioning out of those newspaper days, but we haven't quite found what the destination looks like. Clearly, the halfway house of social media influencing is unsatisfactory, largely because of its lack of transparency. But I think the challenge exists for organizations like mine that I'm currently working for, the Partnership for Human Development, that is funded by a number of agencies and people who wish to exert influence. ASEAN would be similar. Indeed, the ITU would be similar. A good majority of the people listening here in one way or another are sponsored. The challenge is, how do we engage as communicators in the modern landscape effectively, but still with transparency and integrity so that we can be trusted? The days of I spent some time in England looking at this question at a really macro level, and to summarize it down to a tweet, news is now becoming either very big, think BBC and New York Times, or very small, think your local village. All of us fall somewhere in the middle of that, and that's why the challenge continues for us.
Indeed, and as I said, it's a pity we don't have more time to get into this. I see we've got 3 or 4 minutes left. I had another somewhat related question, which maybe I can bring Atsuko and Romeo into as well. And just going on from the earlier thread we just discussed about how the digital landscape has changed so many things and continues to change it. If I think back to, again, my younger days, governments and politicians used to want to try and get a feel of what people thought, temperature of the room, or the pub test, as we call it here in Australia, although the pub test seems to fail these days as well now. Or depends on what
test now.
Yeah, or which pub you go to, I suppose. I don't know. In any case, because the digital dominates the media landscape so much, how does that then start influencing policymaking? Because that's also, it's one of the other framing questions for this session as well. And particularly so when we know the digital media can be manipulated. Sometimes it's the government itself manipulating it, or other forces at play. So any thoughts, Romeo, Atsuko, or even Karen, Aaron, sorry, if you want to chip in as well, but maybe I thought I'd ask Atsuko or Romeo this, since they're both with intergovernmental organizations.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps I can take the floor first. So the question is the possibility that social media can be manipulated. Is that a question by governments, and how we can ensure that perhaps the messages or people will understand these nuances?
Yeah, so maybe if I can slightly rephrase that, instead of making policy decisions based on what's trending on Twitter or Facebook, you actually look at the actual issues at the grassroots level, right? Because a lot of that trending stuff can be manipulated in how the trends appear on social media, for instance, right? I don't know if that helps.
Right. And I think this is a very important question, to make sure that everyone's voices are heard. And I think at the moment, this is the major issue. I understand that, of course, social media has an influencers and trends and, a lot of topics, interesting topics that people are talking about. But of course, these are talked about with people who are well connected. Right, and as some of you may know, ITU, issued Facts and Figures 2021, indicating that still 2.9 billion people are offline as of 2021. So those social media trends that we are seeing are basically the conversations of 4.9 billion people maximum. And of course, not all 4.9 billion people will join this conversation. So I think, Raj, it's very important that we look at the social media landscape, including these 2.9 billion people who are not participating in that conversation, and to make sure that their concerns are taken into account in policy and decision making, right? That's really what you're asking, I hope. And this is something that cannot be done on social media as we speak, because these people are not connected. So the priority of ITU is, of course, to connect the unconnected. And by the way, Aaron, we are working with Timor-Leste as well to address the connectivity challenges and to make sure that the current technology development will not accelerate the digital divide, because those who will have faster connectivity, and those who are not connected may be slow to join simply because of the market failure. So the first step, Raj, perhaps we should worry about is this major disconnect of 2.9 billion people who are not participating in that conversation. And I'm not sure to what extent policymakers are making decisions based on what is trending on social media, because in Asia and the Pacific, the policymakers know that there is a large, sizable number of people who are not connected, who are underconnected, and who are not participating in social media trends. So perhaps this will come, but I hope that we'll be able to get them connected sooner, and we can build the digital literacy and digital skills among those who are being connected to the internet fast enough. So thank you. Back to you, Raj.
Okay, thanks, Atsuko. I'm being asked to wrap up the session because I think we're over time. So Romeo, I'll leave the last word with you on this one. And then let me just add to what Atsuko just said. Although I think I hope governments don't just look at Facebook and Twitter feeds to determine where they go, but it's also the case that if I complain about something on Facebook or Twitter, people seem to react to that, be it a company or even a government department, they seem to take that on more readily than if I wrote a letter to them, for instance, right? So there's still a disconnect definitely there. And just very quickly, do you have any thoughts on that, Romeo? And the Philippines, of course, is big in this as well. So
just quickly, what I want to share with you is that within ASEAN, I believe there is an awareness that what's trending, on the digital platforms may be the dominant story of, what's happening on the field. And that is why within ASEAN, there is a committee that is dedicated to tackling, what we would normally call fake news. So within the information sector, there is that what we call the task force, which beyond tackling fake news, also does a lot of digital literacy among the citizens, because we believe it's important for people to be more responsible when they post any information. And I think that's where also we come in as part of the ASEAN Secretariat, because what we do is to support the member states in their work by providing some of the empirical data and evidence. Because at the end of the day, I think it's still good to hear the actual voice of people, and we do that in one way or another through all the research and surveys that we do. Because you're right, it's dangerous to be depending on what we see on Facebook or Twitter. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, all. I will have to leave it there for today, and I'm hoping someday in person perhaps we can discuss this a bit more, or at another venue. Thanks very much, Aaron, Atsuko, Romeo, and of course to Dr. Taufik for all your interventions. I hope you found it useful. I wish we had more time, but it is what it is. So thanks very much. Have a great day ahead to all of you, and back to APED and the Secretariat team.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for moderating that session, and to all of our panelists. We are so grateful that you took time out of your busy schedules to be here with us today. Now, with the world slowly moving back to normal and with borders opening all over the world, we'd like to invite you to add Fiji to your bucket list of places that you'd like to visit one day. To give you a small taste of all the places that Fiji has to offer, I'd like to invite you on a virtual excursion of Fiji, courtesy of Tourism Fiji.
next, Session 5, Narrowing the Technological Gap in the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Industry. This session is brought to you by Benchmark and Roden Schwarz.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Session 5, Narrowing the Technological Gap in the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Industry, kindly sponsored by Benchmark Broadcast Systems and Roden Schwarz. To moderate this session, please welcome Ali Raza. Mr. Raza is a thought leader and a visionary. His company, Whiteways, is a leading systems integration company focused on providing solutions to broadcast houses. Prior to founding Whiteways, Ali was head South Asia and emerging markets for KIT Digital Inc. KIT Digital was the world leader in OTT and video over IP. Under the stewardship, Whiteways has become one of the fastest growing companies in the industry. Whiteways has customers in numerous countries of Asia, from Pakistan to Fiji. Recently, Whiteways was awarded the Top 10 Special Achievement Awarded by Promising SME 500. Mr. Raza, over to you.
Thank you for the kind words. So we have a great session lined up for all the viewers and moderators. And we have a great set of speakers, four of them to be exact. Sorry about that. Mute that. So without further ado, let me start. Today, the topic that we're going to talk about is narrowing the technological divide among the broadcasters in the ASEAN region. Just let me switch this off, then we can. And we have a large, very great number of speakers lined up for you. We have Brandon from Pacific. We have Chetan Sharma, Fintan McKiernan, and Vishnu Ram. All of them are here today. They are all lined up. And so let's start the session without further ado. So let me start by introducing the first speaker, Mr. Brandon Sayre. Brandon Sayre is the Chief Commercial Officer at Pacific Broadcast Satellite Group. His topic will be affordable broadband access for effective rural coverage of news events and disaster incidents. So Brandon is a marketing, sales, and strategic planning specialist with over a decade of experience working in leading international telecommunication and ISP and digital technology companies. He spent 11 years initially as Director of Sales and then Chief Commercial Officer with Roshan, a GSM cellular network with over 7.9 million customers and a subsidiary of AT&T, Thalia, Sonora, and Monaco Telecom. Prior to that, Brandon was Director of International Business Development for Singaporean company Technobiz, providing enterprise payment solutions to telecom operators. At Pacific, Brandon is overseeing the development of the company's range of satellite broadband service offerings. He is also responsible for sale of dynamic solutions in 25 countries covered by Pacific. Brandon, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the kind introduction. I'd like to have the opportunity to share my screen and go through a number of items today. First things first, I will take the opportunity to thank the organizers of the conference and also the chairperson. CACIFIC has been in industry from 2013. We were founded in Australia. We have got our head office now in Singapore. We've got a subsidiary office in Vanuatu, and then we have opened other subsidiary offices, Timor, Nepal. We are also now planning to open up a subsidiary office in the Philippines. Now, we were founded based on an idea to offer internet connectivity, such broadband connectivity on smaller antennas that's very affordable, and connect as many people as we can in areas where they're not connected. So our initial plan was to connect the Pacific Islands, and we started with that basically, where the Pacific Islands, the cities or the countries or the islands that were selected, pre-configured in terms of coverage and plan, the idea was to connect them and offer them broadband connectivity through satellite. As such, we expanded the coverage into Indonesia and the Philippines with the first satellite. So on December 16, 2019, we launched our first broadband satellite, and it has been a great year for us. As such, on 2020 and 2021 and 22, we have actually grown the network to over 10,000 terminals now, mainly all broadband connectivity. And as such, these are the type of customers that we deal with, right? So we deal with enterprise customers, mainly governments. We're connecting schools based on USO funds, clinics, as well as a number of government entities like the police office, the border offices, the court offices. One of the pictures on the right is actually one of the court offices in PNG. And the major part of our business remains with enterprise customers. And now we're talking about small and medium businesses, as well as media customers, right? So we have got TV stations, radio stations. They cover live events through our broadband solutions. As such, the broadband solutions are very easy to mobilize and install. And I will talk about that in a while. Before I go into further details, let me just show you a quick footprint of the satellite. So we cover 25 countries. The satellite is quite a powerful satellite. It's a high throughput satellite. We call it HTS, which is the phrase quite known within the industry. The satellite has got about 56 beams that covers 25 countries. And if you see our major countries are obviously Philippines, Indonesia, following by PNG and Solomon, but then we connect all the other countries in the Pacific. From the economy of scale, in most of these countries, you've got about 45 to 50% of people who are not connected, but then they cannot also afford to have access to the fiber, because fiber is quite expensive or has not reached there. And then they cannot afford to buy broadband from the traditional satellite operators, which has been there before, the KU band and C band of the world. So with us, we have basically innovated a few things. So I'll talk a little bit about that in a while. Allow me to tell you how many users we have connected so far. So we're looking into about 39 million users. 600 million population has been basically collectively covered through the first satellite. The likes of customers we work with are the known telecom companies, as such Vodafone, Digicel, but we also work with managed service providers and media companies there. The company is looking into growth, so we're looking into the second satellite, and as such a constellation of satellites all the way to 2028, so that we can cover most parts of the Earth. With these satellites, these are all going to be geostationary satellites. So it's sitting at 36,000 kilometers or close to 35.5 thousand kilometers away from Earth. It stays in one place, and we have the ability basically to only cover areas that we will need to cover. So as such, the satellites are all software defined. We can reorganize the coverage. We can reorganize the size of the capacity on each beam, the circular beam. So those are basically the key features of the satellite. Now, why is it that we have made such a big difference and how we are different from other satellite operators? I'll briefly go through this in quite a short while. The availability that's offered on small antennas and 1.2 meter or 1 meter antennas are quite significant. You're looking at 99.9% of availability, which is quite unknown with the traditional satellite operators. You're also looking into quick mobilization. So the 1.2 meter antennas and 1 meter antennas, it takes less than 2 hours to set it up once the pool and the foundation is ready. These antennas can cost anything between $600 to $1,000. Now, the version that costs $600 USD can achieve 60 Mbps dedicated capacity. And the version that costs $1,000, it actually can achieve about 70 Mbps down, 15 Mbps up. So you're looking at close to 90 Mbps or 85 Mbps today. In most of these areas, you're looking at a school or you're looking at a community center or an enterprise that actually pays us between $150 to 200 USD. Now, this is including the margin that we pay to our local ISPs or telecom companies. So they usually make about 25% in margin. In most cases, the enterprises sign up for unlimited plans. These are shared plans within a community or within a beam. And so those are all based on best effort and tied to a fair usage policy. It also allows the broadcasters that we have got, the radios and TV stations I mentioned, to basically do a few things. One is to connect to internet in the areas they need to connect, but the second thing is also to upload as much content as they can and shoot it across to their head offices. They can also go live from certain areas. With the availability of social media, this has become a really good tool. Now you would say, okay, what about places where we don't, where we have fiber? We have got a number of countries that they've got fiber and a number of islands that they've got fiber. However, the availability of the fiber is also such a big question mark due to electricity outages and emergencies that they have seen. So who are our main customers? I spoke about that earlier. As you can see, we have connected over 200 schools and clinics. And once we connect a school and a clinic, the same infrastructure gets shared with the community. So you can see that the community broadband is basically another product that we offer. So the school uses the site during the day, and then the community can use it during the evening. The same thing can happen from a government office if they would allow. And in most cases, we have seen the government allowing the communities around the institution or the government office to be connected. We have started connecting resorts and restaurants, and as well as some of the other hotels in these islands. And that's very important because once the hotel is connected, that becomes the center of the town. And everybody that needs internet access, they actually go to the hotel and use that for connectivity as well. Recently, we have seen a hike in connectivity for IoT. And that has helped a lot as well because the farmers in Indonesia, the Solomon Islands, PNG, as well as some of the other areas, they have started integrating internet to certain IoT devices where they can access broadband. And as such, the list goes longer because the clinics then would use the internet connectivity to do stock management as well as doctor-patient call. And that saves lives today in most of the places. We have got numerous stories that, you're welcome to reach out to me or actually go into our social media pages to see these stories. These are very interesting stories. And then as such, the last thing we have done recently is to offer telecom companies the broadband access to expand in some of the remote areas at an affordable cost. Now, the telecom companies in most areas may have fiber. They also add satellite connectivity in these areas because they would like to replace the fiber in some cases because of the availability. And in some cases, as the fiber is so choked, they need to have a satellite backup to switch over. For disaster comms, we have done a number of products too. The first of its kind is a product that's called Comms Box. So we have a box that has got its own solar, it has got its own Wi-Fi, auto-pointing antenna, and you can basically take it anywhere and switch it on with batteries that it comes in, and it works in our coverage anywhere in any of those 25 countries. So as such, I will briefly touch on two different products and give you a bit of the constructs of these products. As you can see, those are the 1.2 meter antennas, the ones that I was earlier talking about. We also deploy 75 cm antennas, and then it goes all the way to 1.8 meter antennas too. Now, our flagship product is FlexVNO, that stands for Flexible Virtual Network Operator. It's an uncontended product, it's dedicated, and as such, it's quite different than what other satellite operators do. So let me identify the differences. The first thing we do is we have actually managed to have our own teleports. So we have two teleports in the Philippines. One's the main teleport, the other one is diversity. Similar to the Philippines, we've got teleports in Indonesia and one in Australia that actually covers all the Pacific. So with the teleports, we have also deployed hubs. As such, the other satellite operators don't usually do that. They sell the space segment and they allow the operators to buy their own hub, which is quite CapEx intensive and as well as requires a lot of resources to manage. So here we manage the hub, we manage the teleport. There's absolutely no investment for an operator and an enterprise to access broadband. So we are seen as a global broadband provider in these countries. With the FlexVNO, we basically offer access to the operators as well as the enterprise customers to access directly the satellite and manage their own sites. We help them build plans. They can build shared plans, dedicated plans. So they will have their own mini satellite, I should say, once they have access to FlexVNO. Obviously, the model is that it's built based on the size of antenna. So when they need capacity, they will need to pick the size of antenna. And usually the contracts are either monthly or it starts with a multi-year contract, so 1 year or 2 year in detail. And then they can share the same bandwidth and do a number of other products like we do. When we started working with the enterprise customers, we realized that a lot of enterprise customers wouldn't really require dedicated satellite access or dedicated broadband access. So as such, we developed a product that we call GigStarter. And GigStarter is basically built based on the demand in the market. We have built or we have structured and tailor-made 7 different packages that matches the requirement of the enterprises. So you can buy a package for 4 users, or you can buy a package for 10 users, or 120 users. And then you would pay on a monthly basis. And this is not known in the satellite industry. The satellite industry usually sells their capacity and the space segment based on the number of years. And they don't really offer monthly plans. With the GigStarter, it's as if you're buying a monthly plan from your telecom operator. That's exactly how it works. You will pay in advance. It's a monthly plan. You can get access to broadband, and the residential speeds that we have today is close to 40 Mbps. And obviously, this is all shared, as I said earlier, and it's subject to a fair usage policy with best effort. But the experience that we have seen with the customers and enterprises, this is basically the most exclusive product for them so far, and they have continued to deploy this in their rural branches. So based on that, we then started working with media companies, NGOs, governments to deploy the comms box. As I stated earlier, the comms box is just as it looks the same as the box that you see on the right. It comes with an auto-pointing antenna. The whole package is very small. So, as such, you're looking at an excess of about 100 kilograms, and it can be carried anywhere. It has got its own tires and its own mobility structure. You can also get another version of the comms box, which is similar to a trailer that connects to a car, and it can be deployed anywhere. With this, we achieve speeds of 55 Mbps. You can connect 5 users. We sell a comms box device for 60,000. And so what happens is that 60,000 allows the governments to deploy it anywhere for 5 years. And they don't need to interact with anybody else. Once they switch it on, it basically connects to the satellite directly, and it's there for 5 years, and they can deploy it anywhere. So the media companies basically have also purchased these. A good example is the government in Fiji have actually purchased 8 of these to mobilize it in different places. It's sealed, it's shock resistant, fire resistant, and it can be transported anywhere. It's all pre-configured. It comes with its own solar pack. And then on the basis of those products, certain customers, like the media companies as well as factories, they've requested us in the past to bring together the flavor of Geekstarter, which is the monthly plan, with community broadband together. So the picture on the right is a factory. In this factory, the office of the factory connects with Geekstarter, a 4-user plan that they pay on a monthly basis. And then they share the same infrastructure to offer Wi-Fi for the other factory workers and their colleagues. And so the Wi-Fi one works basically based on voucher, similar to your data plan that you buy from your telecom operators. And this has also become an exclusive product for most enterprises and small and medium companies today. We have done a lot of work with different types of enterprises. You can find more about it in our social media pages. If time allows me, I would like to also play a short video of how this has panned out with one of our partners in PNG.
Before Amstrad already set up the internet, life was quite difficult, especially for teachers. I've done all this as internet service, and because I finding textbooks or finding hands problem. But now yet, the internet and communicate and just an interaction direct internet.
Okay, internet has benefited our students. Our students use the internet to do their researches,
Brandon.
do their assignments on some topics that.
Yes.
I think we need to wrap up because the other.
Sure, no problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I think we need to move on to the next speaker.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries. I can share the link.
Okay. Thanks. So our next speaker is a gentleman called Mr. Chetan. Mr. Chetan Sharma from Chetan Sharma Consulting, and his topic is 5G and broadcast industry. So Mr. Chetan Sharma is the CEO of Chetan Sharma Consulting, is one of the leading strategists in the mobile industry. He has worked in the mobile and tech industry for over 28 years. Executives from wireless companies around the world seek his corporate accurate predictions, independent insights, and actionable recommendations. He has served as an advisor to senior executive management of several Fortune 100 companies in the wireless space, and is probably the only industry strategist who has advised each one of the top 9 global mobile data operators and operator in each continent.
Maybe in the interest of time, we can skip the give the bio.
Okay. Right, Chetan, over to you.
Thank you. And thanks to AIBD and Ms. Philo for the opportunity to speak. I will concentrate my remarks on 5G, what's happening in the 5G space, and what it means for the broadcast industry. As you might have heard or in the news, as well as from your partners, 5G currently is undergoing a tremendous deployment effort. We started 2-3 years ago. And if you remember the 4G cycle or the LTE cycle, it's going 3 times faster than that cycle, which has significant implications on the rest of the ecosystem as to how connections are made, how data is transferred from point A to point B, and how new applications and services are created. And so just to give you a sense of the scale, as of last quarter, Q1 22, there were over 625 million 5G subscribers, or subscribers with 5G devices. And the deployments are primarily concentrated in China, United States, Korea, and Japan, with China obviously leading, accounting for close to 70% of the subs. But it's taking place significantly in Korea, close to 40% of the penetration with 5G devices, close to 25% penetration in US and in China, and so on and so forth. So it's a very rapid deployment that's taking place around the world. And so why 5G is important for content is the fact that it gives you a bigger pipe and lower latency, and it gives you different models to deploy content in ways that was not possible before. And so we are going from roughly 10 to 25 megabits per second to 100 to 400 megabits per second, depending on the spectrum availability. And it also gives you fairly interesting characteristics around mid-band and high band, and depending on what an operator wants to do with services, you can offer fixed wireless services, you can offer content services on top of fixed wireless services, and so you can bundle them in unique ways. And as you kind of think about other applications like gaming and edge computing coming into play, you can start to have even more flexible network architectures in a way to deploy not only gaming content, but entertainment content. The other aspect that's interesting based on what we have learned so far is the fact how consumers are interacting with content. And it's a new form of content. It's not just traditional video, but also AR, VR, and XR content. And so people are doing VR streaming for games, for content, and so on and so forth. And so that leads to kind of what might happen with the broadcast space. And so if you follow the 3GPP release cycle, release 17 has something called the 5G broadcast capability, where you can offer, or a service provider can offer, or a broadcaster can offer broadcast services using 5G. Obviously, you need to have a chipset that is enabled on the end devices, but that capability is coming with the standard. And as such, it's not only the content, but also VR and XR content that can play a role. And so typically a standard is frozen, and then people start to build services and applications and network infrastructure elements based on the standard, and then you can see something come in the market. So we expect the standard to get finalized fairly soon and start to see products in the marketplace by probably end of 23, start of 24 for sure. And as such, broadcasters who are thinking about additional capabilities or in getting into areas where they're currently not present could consider 5G as a vehicle to do broadcast. Now, if you have been in the wireless industry for a long time, it's not the first time industry is trying to get broadcast into the mix with cellular services. There have been efforts before, but for one reason or another, and primarily related to the business model rather than the technology, they didn't take off. And so currently the hope is that given the flexibility that's afforded in the 5G standard, broadcasters can either work directly with the operators or can independently launch services on the devices that have the 5G broadcast capability. And that's in concert with the kind of the unicast capabilities that the devices already have today. And with millimeter wave, as you might know, you can get significantly higher throughputs and a significantly better rural coverage in flat topologies. And so the combination of what's happening on 5G, cellular, and what's coming with 5G broadcast makes it a great platform for broadcasters to consider and partner with the cellular industry. And so I'll stop here, and I'm happy to answer questions when we get into Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chetan Sharma. So I think in the interest of time, we should move forward because we have other speakers and we are running out of time. So if somebody has a question, please write your question on the chat box and I'll try to make sure that the speaker answers the question. But in the meantime, let me just move on and go to the next speaker. And the next speaker is none other than Fintan from Idea Systems. Fintan, are you there?
I certainly am.
Oh, great. Okay. So I don't think Fintan really needs an introduction, but nonetheless, right? I mean, both Fintan and me have been on these sessions for quite a few decades, I would say. Right, Fintan? So I shall, without further ado, I'll hand over the screen to you. Fintan.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Yeah. If you can confirm that I'm sharing my presentation there.
Yes, I can see your presentation.
Oh, okay, great stuff. I just want to make sure we have that.
Over to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and do this briefly as well and regain you a bit of time as well. So narrowing the technological gap in Asia Pacific broadcast industry, and I've added with NDI. Why I've done that? Because it's a cool new technology that has reduced the cost for broadcasters to produce professional results. And the gap that I'm addressing here is that across the Asia Pacific region, you've got lots of small broadcasters with limited budgets who are trying to do really professional work, versus what you see in the US and Europe, where I've just come back from, where you've got all these massive broadcasters and massive media organizations that have huge amounts of money to buy really quite expensive technology. And I see NDI narrowing the technology gap because it is reducing the cost of entry to really high quality productions while maintaining the quality of output, and therefore giving Asia Pacific broadcasters, and specifically the smaller broadcasters and regional broadcasters, because Asia is a very siloed broadcast market, doesn't have many large cross Asia Pacific regional players. It gives them a chance to actually build studios, do productions, do live productions, do a lot of stuff at a fraction of the cost. So let me fly through this pretty quickly, and I'm contactable afterwards. So NDI, who is it, what is it, why is it, where is it, and how much? I'm going to fly through this. It was a technology launched in 2015 by NewTek. So again, this isn't my technology. This is a technology that's out in the space there. I'm just talking about it because I find it very interesting, right? Deployed by VizRT, Chiron, and vMix very early on. Microsoft and Skype 2018. By 2022, this thing is spreading faster than COVID, right? So why is this technology spreading so fast? Why are so many manufacturers getting into it? So the reason is it's a really good, cool technology. What is it? So NDI, Network Device Interface, is a royalty-free software specification developed by NewTek to enable video-compatible products to communicate, deliver, receive high-definition video over standard computer network. It's high-quality, low-latency, frame-accurate, suitable for switching live production environment. Okay, that's great. That's what the definition of it is. In simple terms, what is it? It is the replacement for SDI. Okay, now, most people in broadcast know what an SDI cable is. It's been around for years. There's been plenty of attempts to replace it. There was like certainly SMPTE with 2110, things like that, trying to replace SDI, moving to IP, but this actually works. So really what you're talking about is the move from your existing baseband to IP, right? But in simple terms, it's SDI, can be replaced by NDI. So why would you replace SDI by NDI? So what's wrong with SDI? absolutely nothing. SDI is great. You can see behind me here, there's a bunch of boxes of baseband equipment. SDI still works, right? So why change? Because NDI can be better in certain circumstances and is better in a lot of circumstances, and it's cheaper. Okay, so this is a key point. This is a bit that a lot of people have missed in a lot of places. Hey, we've got this new technology, it's fantastic. Is it better than what I have now? Or, well, it kind of does the same. It's not better. Or is it cheaper to do what I want to do than using my current technology? Well, you know, not always the case. In this case, it is dramatically, in fact, as it transpires. So in the SDI world, professional video equipment only. In the NDI world, it's standard IT equipment. This is where you start to see the savings. You know, an SDI video router, there's a very small number of manufacturers that make those, therefore they're very expensive. In NDI, you just use a computer. In the SDI world, you have an SDI multi-viewer. In the NDI world, you just use a computer, a standard computer, a laptop, a desktop, a server, whatever it is. Professional equipment suppliers are the people who sell your SDI. NDI, you go to your local computer shop or buy it online. In an SDI cable, you got one video channel with, you know, video and audio. In one kind of Ethernet cable here, you can have up to 7 HD streams, right? In an SDI cable, it's unidirectional. It just sends that video one way. It goes in one end, goes out the other. In NDI, it's bidirectional and carries other things, other data like tally, program output, and so on. SDI, you want to know what's on it, you have to plug it in, look at it on a multi-viewer, listen to it to find out what's in that signal. NDI, when you plug the device in, it actually self-announces on the network, and if you're looking at it on a multi-viewer, you can actually see the source. The minute you plug it in, it becomes available to all the people on that network. SDI, format sensitive, NDI, format agnostic. What do I mean by that? That NDI cable can carry SD, HD, 4K, 8K, whatever you like, right? So quite impressive, in fact. There's not really an SDK for developing for SDI per se. NDI actually has a free SDK, and that's very important because when you go into IP, you go into software, you need software development kits. And SDI needs capture card. Again, back to that kind of bespoke broadcast equipment, and people like Azure and all these guys who have been making these SDI capture cards for a long time. Here, because it's an Ethernet connection, you can just literally plug it straight into your computer. NDA needs things like DAs for duplication or whatever. NDI just needs to be available across the network. If you're going further than the network, just put in an IT router and it'll do the same thing. So SDI cost high, NDI cost low. That is really the key part for smaller broadcasters. Low cost, professional video networking and productions. So why am I so confident? And the reason I'm so confident is because we've been using, this is why I'm talking about it, we've been using it for our systems, and we've kind of been increasing our deployment sizes as we've gone over the last couple of years, especially during COVID. There was a lot of requirements to move to cloud, move to IP, move to remote. So we've done TV news studios, we've done live sports production systems, corporate TV studios, home shopping networks, large scale social media. And that one in particular was CCTV in China with 200 live feeds all coming into a network operating center, all on NDI. Houses of worship, colleges and universities, of course, they couldn't get their students in, so they had to kind of get their content and get their syllabuses into remote learning. Hybrid event productions, right? So lots of examples here, and multiple examples of these. And these are all deployed projects. So I'm not talking about a technology that's coming. I'm talking about a technology that we've deployed. And the reason I'm talking about it is we've deployed it and it's worked really well and our customers like it. Now that's a really key part. The actual feedback from our end users is very good. How much? Okay, it's always about the price, right? Especially in Asia. To be quite honest, it's always about the price everywhere. NDI is free for users. Oh wow, what's the catch here? Well, the reality is it's built into the price of the equipment, right? So the costs are licensed by the manufacturers. You buy a piece of something, you buy a camera and it says it's NDI. That means that, you know, Panasonic or Bird Dog or whoever it is that made that camera have paid the license fee. You know, so it's, you know, it's like a Dolby license fee. You don't see it. So by comparison, and this is talking about the systems that you build, by things like SMPTE 2110, costs are dramatically lower. And this is because I've done like for like projects and I'm looking at the prices of them. So for example, when SMPTE 2110, as an example, I'm not just picking on SMPTE here, but they say they run on COTS hardware. we find that NDI runs on any COTS hardware, not just specific. COTS is common off the shelf, as in I went to a computer shop and I bought that IT router straight off the shelf. NDI is designed to run on 1 gigabit LAN networks. That's pretty much what's in everybody's office already, right? You don't even need a 10 gig or anything higher to run a basic NDI network. You can run it, that network, your computer, your output, live streaming to the internet or to an app or something can all be done without specialist broadcast equipment. If you can use specialist broadcast equipment, you can use professional cameras and a whole lot, but it can be done without. NDI is also cloud friendly. This is where SMPTE 2110 doesn't go very well. It doesn't fit into the cloud. You can't use it in the cloud. You can't work with it in the cloud. Simple architecture is highly flexible, quick to set up, easy to manage, less resources, cheaper to build, run, and maintain because you don't have to have specialist people terminating SDI cables. Your IT guys are ready to go. I'm inside my time band here. I'm just over 8 minutes. So I'm going to cut it very time. If you want to know more about NDI, and just because of the timing of this, next week, as you know, in Singapore is the first Broadcast Asia. So welcome to Singapore. If you're traveling from anywhere in Asia, I'll be happy to welcome you at Broadcast Asia. And at Broadcast Asia next week, we will be showing all of these NDI. So these are some of the manufacturers that we work with. We'll be showing all these on our booth. So please stop by. I'll be happy to talk more about it. And also, if you're interested in how you get NDI into the cloud, we're running a seminar on Tuesday next week. That's my website with Comcast. So if you're thinking about cloud or OTT, other technologies not in this, please drop by my website and register for the Tuesday event. And I'm in less than 10 minutes there. Thank you very much. Very funny, Fintan. So I'll be there at your booth. You got me interested in NDI. It's an interesting technology, and like I said, it's not my technology. I like to work with technologies that don't burn my fingers off afterwards, right? Because there's not many broadcasters, and if you use technology and it doesn't work, those broadcasters don't work with you again. You know this already, right? Right. So in the interest of time, let's move on and to our last speaker today. He is Mr. Vishnu Ram. Mr. Vishnu Ram, are you there?
Thank you so much. Yes.
So let me just give you a brief introduction. If I may, can we put up the slide, please? Mr. Vishnu Ram? Yeah. So Mr. Vishnu Ram has hands-on experience in the field of telecom industry for more than 2 decades. He has developed and implemented standards in the area of wireless communications, hold many international granted patents. So Vishnu, in the interest of time, I will not read the whole thing, but let me assure the reader that you are extremely valuable and knowledgeable in the field of the telecom industry. So Vishnu, without further ado, if you don't mind, I'll hand it over to you. And afterwards, at the end, if we get some time, we can have some question and answer sessions for all the speakers. So I would request you to keep it short and simple. Thank you. Okay, Vishnu, over to you.
Okay, let me try sharing the screen. Okay.
Yeah,
so
you can see your screen.
Thank you so much. Yes, so I'm going to talk about a little bit more, diving a little bit deeper into the technology space. There were excellent talks from the previous speakers. I think Brandon, Chetan, and Fintan talked a lot about the technology space as well. But here I'm going to talk about the disruptive autonomy space, a preview of what is going to come in the 5G networks for broadcast. Okay, so what are some of the things that I'm going to talk about? First one is just a moment. So some of the important use cases and who are we? And there is some opportunities for collaboration that I will talk about as well. So this is the first use case that I'm going to talk about. This is the Edge Analytics. I think most of you would have heard about this or come across this or use this. So this is Edge Analytics and providing customized content. On the left side, I have put a very simple graphics. You have 3 parts here. First is the content creator, which is the most important part. Of course, there is a network, which is 5G in our case. And there is a content consumer at the edge. So when I say Edge Analytics, that means that you have some amount of customizable content, which is generated at the creator end. and that is somehow customized. Based on what? What is it customized based on? Based on user preferences, which are analyzed at the edge. How do you get the details of the user preferences? Because you have some privacy preserving analytics, etc., which is built into the network. And the network provides you with enough hooks and enough bells and whistles to host such techniques. That's the role of the network here. So you have these federated learning mechanisms to classify and predict user preferences. And those user preferences are analyzed while preserving the privacy aspects. So basically what we are doing is to exploit the technology, exploit what is given by the network to make sure that the preferences are taken into consideration, but at the same time not exposing the user details. And these customizations are to be applied at the edge to make sure that you have enough context available from the user. So some examples are here: the identification of general services, customizable services, for example, advertisements, which are generic about a chain. In our region, we had a very famous advertisement last festive season. There was a chain of enterprise which produced this kind of service-based advertisement, which was customized based on local small and medium enterprises, So this was a very famous advertisement the last festive season, very popular. Use case 2, there is adaptive resource allocation. I think Brandon kind of touched upon this when he said this software defined satellites, and I think Chetan touched upon this as well a little bit. But here we are talking about the resource allocation in the network as well as at the edge. You have application programmer. I'm looking at the left side figure. You have application programming, which are based on the SDKs, very similar again to what Fintan talked about. The SDKs which are exposed from the network, they are used for application programming, hosted in this 5G network, and then finally used for edge resource allocation at the edge. How do these work? You look at the metadata which is added for applications while programming. Again, this is based on the hooks and templates which are exposed for programmers. Looking at while software is being developed, very similar to what Fintan explained, but this is in a little bit more generic context in the network. We use it for network resource allocation in the core network, also in the radio access network, and for predictive analytics at the edge. And finally, we look at adaptive resource allocation. There are some examples on the right side. SDKs that are exposed for third parties to develop applications. And in the network side, we have network slicing. We exploit network slicing as a feature using the metadata available. And the resource needs which are predicted and fed back to the network is the input for that. And the closed loop implementations which monitor and adapt the resource allocation of the edge are actual backbone of what we do. Okay, so I want to flash back a little bit, step back a little bit, look at what we are, where we are doing all this. ITU focus group on autonomous networks. This was established by our study group about a year and a half back. We draft technical reports and specifications, pre-standards work, I would say. Not exactly standards, but pre-standards. It's open to anybody. It's an open platform, and we do such studies. If you are interested, please write to me. And we have this kind of documents. This is a use case and requirements. The use cases where I talk to you are basically derived from what you see here. This is a technical specification from ITU. Again, not a standard, it's an informational document which explains the use case, their context, etc., etc. So this is about 40 use cases captured, about 30 people from across the world, 30 organizations across the world came together. There are 90-page document, and we did it across 10 months of agile editing. Okay, so let's look at in the context of broadcast, what are the use cases that we are looking at? I'm not going to great level of detail here, but I will call about the 3 steps on the right side. You see
Vishnu,
the 3 colored steps. Yes.
If I may interrupt for a moment, we are running out of time, so can you wrap up? Because we
Absolutely.
have to give some few minutes for question and answer also.
I was told 8 minutes, but I will wrap up. No problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, we couldn't.
No problem. No problem. So I'm going to introduce this very quickly, the Buildathon, which is the initiative for collaboration. This is a year-long POC proof of concept activity. Who can participate? Anybody can participate. It's a AI for good activity. If you want to register, it's here. We are trying to implement some of these use cases that I talked to you about. And this is the timelines. There is a GitHub, which I called out it's hyperlinked, and you can click here. These are the opportunities for collaboration, and this is the timeline. Thank you very much.
I must apologize to Vishnu. Sorry for interrupting and taking away time, but we were running out of time. So Vishnu, my apologies to you. So gentlemen, we come to almost to the end of the session. What I wanted to say is that I wanted to open the floor for questions. If anybody has any questions, we'll be happy to answer. We'll be happy to answer, or I'll get one of the presenters to answer the question. Several very interesting points were raised. First by Brandon, and then Chetan, and then Fintan, and then lastly Vishnu. I think Vishnu had some very interesting points, but we had to cut him short, poor guy. Vishnu, if you want to make a final point, we can give the floor to you.
I believe the question answer is more important. Please let us.
We don't have too much. We don't have too many questions. So I saw your presentation. It was very interesting. But I think do you want to tell us what exactly would you like from the audience? What's the message that you want to give to the audience?
Well, I think that the implementation of the use cases for broadcast is coming up, especially in the form of applications which are built and interoperable. There are standards coming up, and there is proof of concept activity which is proving such points as we discussed. So there are 3 pieces here. One is the development side, and another is the standardization side. You might have heard about it in different contexts, in an open source context, which is developing. Developers work on open source. Whereas on the standardization side, there are technologies like you guys, writing standards. So we are trying to kind of bring them together around the same table. That's the platform I discussed. Thank you.
Sure. Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Chetan, would you like to give a message to all the viewers and listeners?
I'd just like to thank AIBD for having us here. Thank you very much. And I think the technology I was speaking about, NDI, very interesting. And if anybody gets a chance, join us, including Ale in Singapore next week for Broadcast Asia, to meet people in person. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, after 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm. And then we will walk up to people, and then you can say, "You're not on mute."
Chetan, would you like to give a message?
The key message is that keep an eye on 5G, what's happening in the 5G space, and how fast it's evolving. And so even though you might not consider 5G as a natural ally, I think the world of entertainment is going to go drastic change in the next decade or so. And so I would recommend you at least keeping an eye, if not partnering with some players in the value chain to start experimenting with what's coming down the pike.
Right. And is Brandon still there? Brandon? No, I believe he's not there. So, which brings us to the last one final minute. What I would like to say is that, yes, thank you so much. Brandon's there. Brandon?
I'm here. Apologies, my internet's playing up on Fiji.
Would you like to have a final word to the viewers and the listeners?
Yes. Thank you so much for organizing the conference and allowing us to speak and share our ideas. We know the demand on data is growing. We are there. We are available and very flexible to help anybody address the connectivity part of the solution. And as such, we are available on communication, happy to meet. We've got a booth there as well. That's pretty much everything. Thank you.
Great. So that brings us to the end of the session. I think we are dot on the dot. My apologies once again to Vishnu for barging in and interrupting him, even though his presentation was very interesting. On behalf of all the speakers, we thank all the viewers and listeners for their time and for their patience. We would like to thank the AIBD, Ms. Philomena and the rest of the staff, Ms. Lee, for organizing this whole session. I think it's very interesting, and it's very good that they go to such great lengths to really put together a session like this. So without, we have 1 minute. I noticed we have 1 minute over time. So with that, I'll bring the session to an end. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raza. We're going to go to a short video from our sponsors before we rejoin you for session 6.
Up next, Session 6, Strategies for Diversifying Revenue Streams. This session is brought to you by Ideal Systems.
For over 30 years, Ideal Systems have been providing leading broadcast technology solutions to the APAC market. Today, Ideal Systems are at the intersection of broadcast technology, cloud technology, and pro audio-visual solutions.
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Session 6, Strategies for Diversifying Revenue Streams, which is kindly being sponsored by Ideal Systems. To moderate this session, it gives me great pleasure in introducing Mr. Samir Kumar. Mr. Kumar is presently serving India by building Public Broadcaster's digital arm as head Prasar Bharati News Services and Digital Platform India. Before this, he was CEO of Hindustan Samachar, and he's advisor and seed investor to many startups in the domains of agriculture, healthcare, education, media, and IPR. He's also an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur and IIM Calcutta, is ex-IAS, allied, and has worked with ABN AMRO, Deutsche Bank, and RBS in London, Tokyo, and Singapore at senior positions. He's received prestigious national awards for producing feature film Matila Makan, and he's also co-authored Unfolding Intellectual Property Rights. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator for this session, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you very much. Please give a warm welcome to a wonderful panel we have here on discussing something which is quite fundamental to all of us. At the end of the day, revenue is what drives any business, and more so given COVID, how things have been evolving for media, and of course we are all in the digital world right now. So a combination of all of this requires us to be not just aware, but very, very focused onto our revenue streams, especially diversifying them. We have a wonderful panel here. So rather than introducing all at once, probably it will be best that we go one by one. And first speaker, so each speaker will have 5 to 6 minutes, and then hopefully we'll have a question and answer session, which will be feasible at the end of the session. So we start with a person who holds 7 world records, who has over 900 national and international awards. Dr. Sandeep Marwa, who is a leader in this domain, who is a producer, who has produced over 20,000. He's produced a lot of programs. He holds the record of largest number of short films in the world, and that way he has quite a diverse experience working with a lot of people. He's also an educator who has taught over 20,000 media students from 145 countries. He is the founding president of Asia Academy of Film and Television, which is one of the best in the world now. And he's also the chancellor of AFT, University of Media and Arts. Further, he is on the board of AICTE, which is All India Council for Technical Education, Ministry of Education. And as a founder of AFT and Noida Film City, which is perhaps, this is where the news is done in this country, in India. So without further delay, I would invite Dr. Sandeep Marwa to enlighten us about new revenue streams, especially his experience as a founder of Noida Film City, which is perhaps a future of media and news in India. Over to you, Dr. Marwa.
Thank you very much, Samir Kumar. What a pleasure to be here this morning with all of you on this beautiful summit. I'm very excited, very happy to be part of this summit. Let me start with two very important lines कि सभी दिशाओं से शुभ सुंदर भाव विचार भरे नित अंतर पुण्य धरा बन जाए स्वर्ग ये मेरे यत्नों से करुणा कर. Whether it is north, south, east or west, whether you're in India or abroad, whether you're on the top of the hill or you're standing at a seashore, whether you are in a lush green garden and looking at some colorful flowers, or maybe looking at the most beautiful woman on earth, the fact is there are two things which are much more beautiful than what you can see with your naked eyes. And these two things are your thinking and your feelings. And the best part is that both the things are right within you. You don't even need eyes for that. On this very auspicious day, let's pray, hey Lord, give me good thinking, good feelings so that I can do good deeds. And through my good karmas, I would love to convert this earth into heaven. And on the basis of these two very important things, I planned and designed Noida Film City. There was a business in west, south and east, none in north. And that was the time in 1986, I designed this Noida Film City. 88 allotments were made. It took us almost 2 years to build up, 3 years to build up the whole infrastructure. And on 10th March, 1991, we started the first professional studio of film studio of North India under the name and banner of Marwa Studios. And trust me, no looking back. People many times declared us foolish or crazy, but we definitely proved very well to them. Today, it is very important to bring in front of the most important people of the world who are directly connected to films, television, and media, that today Noida Film City is the fastest growing film city in the world. It's a 100-acre complex, 75 acres outdoor, 25 acres indoor, 16 studios. And out of 16 studios, 350 channels are being broadcast to 162 countries, 24/7. There are about 17,000 media professionals who are working in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. And the cascading effect is that around 150,000 people, they're earning their bread directly or indirectly because of this film city. And I'm very happy that I could do something for the media and entertainment industry, and especially for my own country. When it comes to Marwa Studios, it's been almost now 30 years we are in business. And in all these 30 years, we have churned out 4,500 television programs for more than 50 channels. And we have churned out around about 5,000 training films, 3,000 short films, and we are connected to around about 125 feature films in 9 different languages. And that makes a profile of Marwa Studios. And Marwa Studios actually has been also the maternity hospital for most of the channels in India. All the important channels, right from ZTV, Sahara, Mahua, Pragya, ETV, BTV, ITV, NDTV, Star News, all of them, they have started their program making from Marwa Studios. In 1993, we got into education and we created Asian Academy of Film and Television, the 4th film school of the country, the first in the private sector. And trust me, no looking back. I'm very happy in a span of all these 29 years, we have churned out something like 20,000 media professionals hailing from all the 28 states, 9 union territories of India, and 100 and roughly 30 countries of the world. But that was not enough. we got into a film club. We made the first ever film club of this kind, which is called International Film and Television Club. We got into research. We created International Film and Television Research Center, International Women's Film Forum, International Children's Film Forum, International Public Broadcasting Forum. Now we have 3 radio stations, a television station online, and then anything and everything what you can think of: film, television, media, art, and culture. Now, idea is that people who are still not aware of this Film City must know through this very important program, an international program, that yes, we exist and we are open for any collaboration, any association, any joint ventures, whatever you have in mind, not only with the neighboring countries, but probably anyone and everyone who's keen to come to India and keen in joining hands, because nothing moves without money, that's for sure. And we knew it for sure when we started this project, when people almost declared us a mad or a foolish, but we were very sure that Rome was never built in a day. And it took us little time. Initial 7-8 years were very tough, but now Noida Film City has its own color, its own flag, its own setup, and people, they have recognized us. We got into film club, and then we started number 10 major festivals from this land. 30 years back, I gave one word to English dictionary called film tourism, when people were not even aware of what film tourism is all about. But today I'm happy that every country is talking about film tourism. And to give respect to my own term, I must tell you that we have bring in around 3 million people to Noida Film City so far under film tourism. And this is called the generation of new set of business through films, television, and media. Well, I'm very happy that there is the whole Film City is now bubbling with the new energy. During pandemic, probably this was the one area which was still at its full swing, because we were the people who were trying to give best of the state-of-art information to the whole country and to people living abroad. Well, we are open for, as far as film production is concerned. Through this beautiful summit, I would love to announce that we have already declared 196 scholarships for 196 countries of the world for the deserving students who are keen in learning films, television, and media in India. And these all scholarships consist of 3 months of education, a very tight education program, very well-designed programs, and including boarding and lodging. What you have to do is only buy a ticket to New Delhi, and there we are to look after you. And this offer is open to all those people who are listening here. They can immediately contact the Indian High Commission or Indian Embassy, which is close to you, and apply for it. And we would love to pass on the rest of the information and rest of the facilities to you through this summit. We're also very keen in joining hands. If I'm over, then just tell me.
Exactly. Yeah, sorry. So it's great that you gave such a wonderful background of Noida Film City, which has diversified in so many domains, and very pertinent to the session, that how to get into the nitty-gritties on various angles to be able to diversify revenue. And as you rightly said, nothing moves without money. So we would like to at the end of the session, perhaps we'll have more questions, and that's when we would like to hear more from you. So thank you very much. Our next panelist is Mr. Bala Murali Subramani. Thank you very much, Dr. Marwa. Mr. Bala Murali is the Chief Technology Officer of Astro Radio in Malaysia, and a person of high integrity. Mr. Subramaniam is a seasoned broadcast professional with more than 25 years experience in planning, designing, integration, and implementation of large-scale radio broadcasting complex. Instead of me personally listing out his personality attributes, it is worth noting the uniqueness that his experiences and his capability of making our goals executable, if that's the word we would like to use, because he is a technology visionary with the ability to cut through the hype and rationalize innovation into measurable market opportunities in anticipating and harnessing new technology for business growth. So with a strong track record of building and retaining expert engineering team, developing corporate technology strategy, designing cutting-edge radio studio, and being a key player in developing next-generation console technology for radio industry. We invite Mr. Bala Murali to expound on how to leverage in programmatic buying and selecting a reliable partner. So floor is over to you, Mr. Bala, for next 5 to 6 minutes.
Hi, Samir. Thank you very much for the opportunities. First on most, I'm not selling any product. I'm just going to brief you a very clean method of what is programmatic buying and how it works. As you can see, most of the radio broadcasters, they try to send their stream to be online. Unfortunately, most of them did not capitalize the programmatic buying feature, which currently provided by most of the agencies or sales agencies, I would say. So what I can do is like, I'm sorry, because my camera is here, my big screen is here, so I'm always rely on here. So, okay, programmatic buying is like a way of buying media coverage directly through a platform. The buyer can be either buy through the buyer can be either actual client or the media agencies. So most of the times the buyer uses the DSP, the demand side platform, to buy the coverage. And the seller, the other side, they use the SSP to sell the media coverage. These two platforms normally interact each other, thereby making the buying possible for both parties. Throughout my presentation for 5 minutes, there will be a lot of jargon used. These jargons are all from the programmatic buying jargons. I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. See, one of the benefits of the programmatic buying is that it all happens in a real-time system. So enabling all the campaign optimization and changes without any contact with the seller and the media. Like for us, like when we implement, it really saves us a lot of time, where as a buyer, we can buy multiple media at the same time via a single platform. So like, some of you are asking, what is programmatic buying? Programmatic buying is like automated media buying using computers and also data and algorithm. Let me give you a good example. For example, if let's say Dortmund and Bayern Munich are playing the same game, so all the Bayern Munich fan, you can send all the Bayern Munich merchandise or advertisement to the Bayern Munich people. So you don't send that Bayern Munich product to Dortmund's listeners. So all that is done by the backend by using the AI and also the mechanism to target your listeners. Maybe let me share how it really happens. Those days, digital publishers sold their inventory directly to the advertisers. Over time, everything has changed. The ad network began representing the publishers to maximize sales. So their work made it easier for the advertisers to buy across multiple publications. And it helped publishers to sell inventory at lower cost and also low value placements. Most publishers often retained the premium ad so that they can sell ad directly to the advertisers for the higher profit. Subsequently, the buyer started using demand-side software to manage ad purchases across different networks so that they can target their ads much more better. So the combination of the buy and sell from both sides of the software, that comes to like present days programmatic buying. So the publisher becoming more comfortable with the selling top quality inventory using automated software and all the tools which is available. So today, about 20% of the digital advertising is sold by one machine talking to another machine, and this trending is expanding very rapidly. So for all the radio broadcasters down there, if you really want to look into the programmatic buying, you will see the real benefit after 12 months. Because first you need to build the traffic, like the DSP need to know that you exist. Then subsequently you'll take normally, like for us, it took us almost like 12 months. Then you can see the projection is like, it's all in a sharp curve high. So there are, I mean, the three main components for the programmatic media buying. When you look on the programmatic ad buying, you will find the three core components always pop up in the throughout the conversation. That is, one is a sell side platform. It's called SSP, and the other one called DSP. There's a demand side platform, and the third one will be the ad exchange. So, like, for example, let me explain very briefly of what SSP. SSP is the end where the publishers sell their ad space. A company can offer the advertising space on the site for the buyers to showcase the display, mobile, and ads. And the demand side is like another component where programmatic ad buying, where anyone interested advertisers can invest in this company. The company can purchase the space for all the publishers' website and so on. And the last one is the ad exchange. Is the last component of the programmatic media buying is the ad exchange, where the DSP connects to the ad exchange to the process of buying and selling ad space. So that's like, I give you very much brief for what's happening in the programmatic buying. So if you need more information, what you all can do is like you can start download the IAB standard document. IAB stands for Interactive Advertising Bureau. So they have published a recent document last year, somewhere like September or October. So when you read through the document, it is more like a journal. It can give you a very brief overview what's all about programmatic buying and how we can potentially leverage. And then my last topic will be like how to select the reliable partner is. There are a lot of reliable partners down there, but you as a radio broadcaster need to be very extra careful when dealing with these third-party companies, where you always need to sign an agreement with them so that once they prove that your inventory really bring revenue to you, then you can select them. So you have option with the partners, so that you can go on a trial run for at least 6 months to see how effective their software solution for your company. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balasubramani, and thank you very much for sticking to time. Very crisp, and you delivered the core message that the technologies here we all know. I mean, I can see in our in banking world, in finance world, there's something called high frequency trading, which is pretty much taken over, where there's a demand side, supply side, and the matching platform. It's all happening in an automated manner. And something similar, I guess, is here also for broadcasters to generate revenue. And as Mr. Bala rightly pointed out, it takes time, and we should be careful in choosing partners. So 6 months to one year before it starts giving revenue. Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be questions at the end of the session. We'll come back to you, Mr. Bala. Next panelist, thank you very much. Yeah, next panelist is Mr. Lee Huang Sheng. He is the lead of business planning with MediaCorp in Singapore. He's the senior member of the digital group in MediaCorp. He oversees the business planning and content management of MeWatch, which is the MediaCorp's OTT video streaming platform. Apart from ensuring the delivery of a wide range of programs across various genres, he is also responsible for developing and growing various business models to increase MeWatch's monetization opportunities. And his experience will be very, very important for us to understand the whole of network and digital first, which is a buzzword, because digital first is a lot more than just an app or an optimized website. So it's very important to understand these key concepts and how to implement them into our organizations, and who better than Mr. Lee here. So I hand over the stage to him for an extra 5-7 minutes to take us through these key concepts and how to implement them. Over to you, Mr. Lee Huang Sheng.
Thank you so much. Let me know when you can see my presentation slides.
We can, yes, it's visible.
All right. Okay, thank you, everyone. So within the next 5 to 6 minutes, I will give you a very short, high-level introduction of MediaCorp's whole of network and digital-first strategy, and that will explain how we optimize our audience reach and monetization opportunity. MediaCorp, we are the largest content creator and national media network, operating a suite of TV channels, radio stations, and multiple digital platforms. This is the snapshot of the brands within our network today. And today's presentation can also be seen as a recap of our transformation journey from a national media broadcaster to national media network. And this is a very important concept along the way that you will start to realize. And the reason is because as a broadcaster, we are very used to a very platform, channel, station-centric way of planning everything, including serving our advertisers. But today, as you operate as the national media network, the walls are being broken down and a lot of things are synchronized and to become more optimized for advertisers and audience. We started the transformation journey since 2015, and the motivation to change is not just because we know the world is moving towards digital, but also the evolving external factors that presented some fundamental changes for all of us to stay relevant as an organization, particularly a media organization that has lasted for the past 80 years. So the challenges are understanding customers, unifying customer data, optimizing campaigns, aligning cross-media creativity, and engaging key opinion leaders for amplifications. Now, MediaCorp as a media network, like what we mentioned, it is ready to move into one organization rather than a separate channels and stations. And I will be touching on 6 points, largely multi-platform omnipresence, integrated ad platforms, first-party data solution, and a buying platform for ads, creative solution, and KOL. I only have another 4 minutes, so pardon me, I'll be going through the slides very, very fast. About omnipresence, I think what we have done very significantly is to decouple our role as content providers and media owners, and we are no longer brand or platforms centric. We used to fight all third-party platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and whatever not as our enemies, but now we no longer do so. Even for our video content, we work with the likes of Netflix to extend our content reach, and that becomes a very natural way for us to cross-pollinate content within our own network and outside our network as well. And the more interesting thing is that because of that underlying principles, we are able to form a partner network with a third-party sites such as ESPN, YouTube, Vice, Mothership, and whatever not, to and combine the backend together and let MediaCorp be the sales party to monetize all the reach across all these platforms. And this is extremely important because we are optimizing all the inventories across our partners network as well, with one single backend that looks at customer or look at persona in a unified way. Now, this is not enough because we are largely a traditional media company in the past, and our strength is in our traditional media. And so in order for us to sell effectively, we have to start integrating our ads platforms together as well. And what does that mean? It basically means that we need to normalize the price across TV and digital and radio and make sure that we are on the same metrics, which is cost per viewers. So we have introduced the concept of blended CPV, and this has helped the advertisers to increase reach in general by 38% across all the platforms, and with a 27% lesser cost. This is in comparison with TV-only campaign. And MeWatch as our own and operated platform, we have the additional value add as compared to YouTube and the rest because we are a trusted brand, and then we can guarantee a high viewability and also attention spent on the platform. And of course, a lot of the content that we can do in terms of integration will have better resonance in terms of the messages of the advertisers. Now, customer data is always the most difficult thing when you have so many different platforms. So we have introduced a MediaCorp ID that basically collects ID across all the different sources and unify them into a Me ID that help us to develop a unified user profile. And of course, with that, this Me ID will then apply to our user partners platform as well. And we are able to then create as many different segments as possible in order to serve our advertisers. In addition to that, we are also creating a AI integrated platform that allows our advertisers to book the inventories directly, whether it is on TV or whether it is on digital. And we have built our own ad exchange as what Mr. Bala has mentioned about programmatic. We have built that as well. And using this ad direct platform, TV inventory is just, booking TV inventory is just as easy as using booking the online platform on Facebook or on Google. Now, Creative Central, this is extremely important. As a content provider, we are able to then produce creative across all the different platforms and make sure that it is consistent. And for all the seasoned marketers, you will know that how this is a very, very important component. In addition to that, we have also started to work with YouTube and the agencies in Singapore to start to train, reward, and recognize the online creators. And then we have started to combine them together as part of our solutions to the advertisers. In addition to that, we have also set up a social hub, and this social hub actually allows all the advertisers to be connected with all the influencers, celebrities, and content creators in Singapore, and to create campaigns on their own. So this is really a self-managed service that we set up, and we aspire to be a media company that connects advertisers and audience together, not just using our assets, but our partners' assets. So in a nutshell, this is what MediaCorp has done over the past 8 years, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, and wonderful way, because you kind of, as our consumers, citizens are being networked through various social media platforms, you rightly pointed out that we also need to network in terms of how we leverage our content, how we leverage our capabilities. And thank you for sharing the experiences of MediaCorp, which especially the way you have created the ad exchange. That's really good to know. I'm sure there'll be a few questions on these into our question and answer session. But right now we'll move to Mr. Shafiq Latif, because one key aspect of content monetization is also to understand the rules, regulations, and intellectual property associated with the content. So onto the topic of opportunities and challenges for income diversification through copyright of content and signal, a key area where we have a wonderful speaker, Mr. Shafiq, who is currently the Assistant Director of Copyright Division in MyIPO, which is the key body in Malaysia, which is the Intellectual Property Corporation of Malaysia. He assists the Director of Copyright Division and Copyright Controller in monitoring copyright legislation, regulation, as well as responsible to ensure effective compliance for Copyright Act 1987, which was enacted in Malaysia. Before this, he has been, he was with admitted as advocate and solicitor in 2014, and he started practicing as a legal counsel. He holds double bachelor in law, and both Sharia as well as a master of. He has also done the master of law from Malaysia University Malaya. Currently, he's pursuing a PhD in intellectual property law from UKM as well. For the past few years, he has been actively engaged with copyright-based industry in helping to create, develop, and increase copyright and related rights awareness, as well as advocating many copyright and related rights issues for better and clear understanding. So let us learn from his experiences into this wonderful presentation on a very, very important topic. So over to you, Mr. Shafiq, for the next 5-6 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for AIDB for inviting me. So currently, I'm not a broadcast practitioner, but more on the regulatory role and how we can actually look into how to diversify revenue streams through copyright, because the copyright, the broadcast work itself is copyrightable. So I will, without further ado, I will just share my presentation slides. Okay. So to start, I will just to keep this presentation short and simple. And you know that the global copyright system, I mean, most of it including broadcasting's work, was designed during the era of physical goods. So it was an analog era that had its own licensing system, such as the framework, licensing practices, and institutional players. Now, we are moving it from the traditional to the digital goods, where in almost every revolution, there is a need in changes. So the outcome of the revenue stream, that in diversification of the revenues, is also affects the copyright owners. I mean the broadcasting works itself, and what is the main element that attracts copyright law to have the business owner itself. So basically, I just want to explain regarding what is copyright as in a nutshell. So copyright content is creative expression. If the content you created has been written down or recorded, you can consider it copyrightable most of the time. Content that is in the public don't become free to for anyone of infringing content. So this is a very clear example. So when we create a copyright protection, so once you leave the paper, so to speak, we created the work, automatically protected. And also, if you snap a selfie, it's very good. So group couple on the same project is automatically shared between the same group unless stated otherwise in the agreement. So I will just move on into the opportunities and challenges in search of methods of monetization. If you look, the broadcasting world itself is actually is a copyrightable. It is a signal. When you're talking about the content, it is a signal carrying a content. So as a copyright owner, you have two rights in that copyrighted works. One, you own the signal itself, and one, you own the content itself. So in diversifying those revenue, you must actually know what your industries do and what actually you can turn your works into intangible IP asset into money. For example, if you own the signal, the transmission itself, or the content itself, let's say for example the video or platform or any other works, you can actually do a licensing, assign it to someone. You can do a method of acquisition to turn into IP into monetization, and limited that usage right, for example. And if you look to diversify your revenue stream, so I would say that you can actually, I can suggest that you can actually limit your usage rights to even a third party where you license your actually IP works, and do affiliate marketing, subscription or membership, and advertising through OTT services like YouTube. I've been go through slides from the MediaCorp itself. What they are doing is very good, and it's very impressive. And next, we are talking about other ways to commercialize. The program itself. When I say the program, it is included as or the content itself. Somehow it can be both. For example, if you actually broadcast the program itself, you can actually know what it can do with your content itself. So you can actually get through a retransmission or rebroadcast from other third parties. You can publish screening in part of a TV program in free accessible places. So most of the ways to commercialize that revenue stream is on the second part. Okay? And you can also license its own right for on-demand services and self-exploitation, perhaps in publishing and merchandising possibilities. So anything would be included, including animation, science, series, comedy, and drama. And challenges when we are looking into what prevented someone. I use the term the copyright owner here because it included everything, including a broadcaster and also the person who owned the ownership in the copyrighted work. So the first challenge is digitization. So allowing copyright physical goods to be converted into file and disseminated seamless in the World Wide Web. So you have a problem when there's no more traditional good, you have to look for other ways to to maximize your revenue stream through digitization and dematerialization. Perhaps in the good old days, we don't see a person who actually get them DVDs from the DVD shop. Okay, they buy a DVD from a DVD shop, buying books from a bookstore. Now it's everything you can obtain through Netflix, Spotify, and so on. So people are less buying, more on subscribing or possessing. And increase in consumption, so user appetite for enjoyment of free entertainment, you have to consider that. And perception of free access, because somehow the user itself claims that everything is free. So that's one of the challenges here. And also the competition between all other parties, like for example, corporate certified undermine and exclusivity have becoming a mere remuneration regardless whether you can own a royalty and so on. And the most important challenges here is the digital piracy, where somehow legal services, you cannot compete with free illegal services that do not pay owners itself. So let's say, for example, with the increase of free consumption, so most of the users look for the illegal services rather than the paying or something. So that prevent how the actually corporate owners want to maximize their revenue, because establishment of the free illegal services that offers much more, which competes the legal services one. An example, you can see the analyzer streaming, peer-to-peer, cyber lockers, aggregator form site, stream raping and mobile application. And transforming of consumption, you will see that from selling CDs, PCs to console, to the platform PCs gaming, for example, and platform. This is much more or less like an example on the challenges. And
thank
you. So we can see that corporate also help business owner. I mean, business owner in terms of anyone who wants to maximize their revenue stream, so they can only get an extra money licensing of the corporate towards to a third party streaming, content sharing and distribution, digital network and merchandise. And owners should think of your IP portfolio as dynamic opportunity to cultivate IP that tracks the stage of your business. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sati. A very comprehensive overview of the issues and challenges which we are facing into, especially digitization of content, and because it becomes a global product, and then a lot of awareness needs to be there for various rules and regulations, not just domestic, but also international laws. Thank you very much. As they say, the icing on the cake, now we move to our last speaker of the panel, who is literally the icing on the cake, because even though he is a founder of a technology platform, he just want to talk about something core to all of us and all our endeavors, and that is about the audience. So his topic is, it's audience that gives you revenue, not platforms. How to best use your own media to maximize audience growth and platform retention. Mr. Alan James is director and co-founder of JMW, James and Wilkinson Media Limited, a company founded by him in 2011, which is unique in the broadcast arena, which provides specific on-screen marketing and media planning consultancy, strategy and training for broadcasters globally. Help them to realize the true potential of their valuable owned promotional space, whether it's TV, radio, or VOD. So prior to this, Alan had been BBC's first head of media planning, where he introduced professional media planning to the BBC. And before that, his career also, I think his career started with Ogilvy and Mathers. So a really a person who knows this landscape really well, and has identified that it's the audience which needs to be focused upon. So without much delay, we'll move to Mr. Alan. Over to you for your wonderful presentation. Mr. Alan James, are you able to? You're still on mute. Can you be unmuted, please?
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything is fine. We see your presentation and hear you as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Smith. Thank you for that very kind introduction. Hopefully I can live up to it. So yes, we're slightly different as a company compared to many of the speakers today. We are sort of a consultancy company, and we only work with broadcasters, and we only look after their owned promotional media space. So I'm based in London. We also have a small office in Singapore as well. And basically we work globally to enable TV and streaming companies to exploit the potential of their owned media space. And hopefully that drives audiences to consume content, enhance brand health, which we think is absolutely critical these days, drive efficiencies, which we all know are essential, and to maximize revenue. And to maximize that revenue comes in all forms, whether it be advertising revenue, SVOD, franchise, or anything else. We'll work with broadcasters to do that. So yeah, I've put that devil's advocate title in the mix. It's audiences that give you revenue, not platforms. How to best use your owned media to maximize audience growth and platform retention. And I've said that sort of point because I think what we've seen recently is huge amounts of investment into building platforms, and somewhere along the line, audiences have actually been forgotten in terms of how to get them there and then how to look after them in the first place. So this could apply equally for linear or for VOD. I've probably slightly taken more the VOD route in terms of this, in terms of handling it. So as we talked about, we only deal with your own promotional space, which, like I say, is quite often overlooked. But if you actually valued your own promotional space, whether that be across television, whether that be across radio, or whether that be across VOD services, it runs to hundreds of millions, whatever currency you want to deal with. So your own promotional space is your greatest opportunity to market new platforms and services and to grow revenues. But at the end of the day, it's the audiences which are critical. And once again, I'll come back to this own media space, because generally we find that if you value that, and because there's no monetary exchange inside of a business, it tends to be something like 10 times greater than any paid for marketing budget your marketing department may have for these services, quite often overlooked. And also a much known fact as well, generally it tends to be 14 times more expensive to acquire a new audience than to retain one. So once again, you have to use your own promotional space, your owned media, your biggest marketing asset, to make sure that you maximize what you can actually do with it, and to drive people into new platforms and to drive audiences and eventually revenues on that one. So we could very much come from a sort of a promotional strategy point of view. And we always start with a situation in terms of understanding what your business needs will dictate that promotional strategy. And we're very much in terms of those long-term players. We quite often see marketing strategies that are very highly tactical short-term, okay, and sort of forget to look forward to what they're doing in the medium term and long term. So when we work with people, we try to get under the skin of where is their revenue now, where is their revenue in the future going to be, who are their audiences now, and who will those audiences be in the future. We've all seen, obviously, TV and that wider TV mature over time. So therefore, it's essential that you actually recruit and you bring in new audiences in time. And that, I think that's the critical thing in terms of doing it. So you plan now for the midterm and that longer term. Platforms and services, we've talked a lot about those already in terms of how to make sure what is their role within a business. And critically, content. I think content sometimes gets overlooked in the great scheme of things. Content does not do the same job for all audiences all of the time. So content segmentation, recognizing what content is needed by different audiences, by different platforms, is essential. And when you recognize that, make sure that you communicate those messages to your audiences as well. And the right audiences with the right message is essential as well. And finally, brand perception. Basically, if we don't know what the audience thinks of us, then how can we possibly ever look to address it, to change their perceptions if it's negative, or to fill them if they're positive. So I think too often broadcasters build venues but forget both the branding and the signposting. And I think that is the case. So sometimes we feel huge investment has gone into building these great, wonderful platforms, but there's no marketing real estate on them. And too often consumers either don't get there, or when they do get there, they don't know where to go, or they end up in cul-de-sacs as well. You know, so very, very soon, you know, there is a situation in terms of broadcasters in the past have relied upon marketing to drive audiences. Yet in this VOD world, there was a lack of marketing space there. So it's essential that we actually make sure that we do communicate to audiences in terms of what we do. This chart could be used for any product, to be perfectly honest, let alone broadcast, let alone VOD. We think it works very, very well for VOD in terms of ensuring that your marketing tasks cater for each element of the audience journey. So you've got awareness and the key marketing task there. This is obviously at the beginning of any sort of product that you're normally discussing. You know, drive awareness and benefits via branding, curated content messaging. Quite critical to create awareness. You cannot jump straight from point A to point Z in terms without going through this user journey. getting consideration of new products is absolutely critical. So the marketing task there is about increasing consideration to trial amongst your core linear viewers through exclusive growth and curated content messaging. And finally, around conversion and retention, once you do get them there, you have to make sure that they stay there. So you also need to increase their frequency and their volume of viewing at any one time as well. So I think we've just seen it in the last couple of weeks in terms of how many VOD platforms are now either diversifying their revenue streams away from SVOD into advertising, or we've seen huge great churn amongst some as well. And all those factors maybe because they haven't gone from point A to point Z without ticking all those boxes in between to make sure that the audiences have built up that right brand perception with them and that sort of loyalty with them as well. One very simple sort of tool is obviously to segment your audiences and then align your business tools, your capability with those audience segments. So this could be a typical analysis of audiences on a platform in terms of against time spent against visits. You have your occasionals, you have your regulars, you have your browsers, and you have your lapsed or disengaged, and you use different tools against each of those. I won't go into all of these now for time's sake. But it's essential that everything comes back to your absolute audience. This is a very short presentation. I could spend the whole slot, the whole conference slot in terms of talking about this in more detail, but we can't do it. But it all comes back to making sure that you start within your business, looking at your audiences rather than basically looking at your actual infrastructure and platforms as well. And then you move forward. So in summary, a few points. Ensure that all of your content platforms are fit for marketing purpose. Data is key to success, but again, data only in the right hands. You would not believe the amount of times that we see businesses with huge amounts of data, but they don't end up in the right hands who can make use of it from a marketing point of view. Understand the different tasks to fulfill that are required to achieve success and segment your content marketing accordingly. Exploitation of portfolio is critical. Otherwise, why have a portfolio? And finally, test, 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 and test again. Your media and audiences are an evolving story. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alan, for a wonderful, and really pointed presentation to drive home the point that understanding the audience is the key. And that I love your example of we have built venues but forgot to put the signpost. That pretty much sums up the challenge everyone is facing. So thank you very much. I mean, we still have 2 minutes left. So there have been some requests in terms of the presentation from Mr. Lee and the link for the IAB paper, which Mr. Bala talked about. So we'll put that into the group. For any other questions also can be put into the group. Meanwhile, we'll just, if you look at the content, the way we are handling in media, so broadly we can divide them into entertainment, information, and education. So education is one evolving area of content, whether it is YouTube or any other social media platform, which has been seeing a lot more of consumption of educational content. So as a broadcaster, how do we go about, or as a media houses, like given the diverse experience of this panel, this is a question I would like to throw out to everyone, for a 1 minute quick take on to how do we go on about understanding and monetizing educational content onto various platforms we have. So maybe because Dr. Marwa is already into this domain, maybe we can start for a one quick take from him onto this. And then perhaps, then again, Mr. Lee, Alan, and everyone will quickly have 1 minute take on this.
Yeah. Yes, Amit, thank you. Let me tell you, if you make a sum total of all the industries on this globe, you'll be surprised to note that the glamour industry is the biggest industry on earth. When it comes to India, we are the 6th biggest industry in this country. We are almost, we have around 10 million people working in this industry, and another 10 million people we are supporting in India of other industry, whether it's electronics, electricals, hospitality, tourism, and so on. And now the best part is that means there are people who are very keen in learning about media and entertainment industry. They want to know more about it. They want to be a part and parcel of this industry. And for that purpose, at least to start with, we've already put in AFT online. So we are now available not only from Noida Film City or Raipur, the university, but now we are available to the whole world. AFT online has already started 15 some very interesting courses where people can learn about it, and they are so well designed courses that you can learn the skill part also. And at the end of the sessions, we're trying to give practical sessions at any of the places you are close to, either Noida or in Raipur so far, and the next one probably Bombay.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Lee, because MediaCorp definitely seems to have done a lot. So what's your take on this?
Sure. Basically 3 points that we are doing today, and this has been validated through the COVID period, where there are a lot of public educational messages that we disseminate to our viewers. So 3 points. Number 1, we try to make the educational content entertaining. Entertainment is always easy to and more palatable for viewers. And number 2, we amplified it using personalities. And these personalities are no longer just your TV hosts or TV stars. It could be your social media influencer, and which is what I spoke about in terms of our network. And the third one is actually about repurposing it throughout across all the different platforms and have a omnipresence throughout the day. And that basically help us really to monetize it, because a lot of the advertisers who are in the educational space, regardless of which topics that they talk about, will always like to be part of this IP that we're building and the cross-network campaign that we deliver to our audience.
Great, thanks. Alan, your take on this, please.
I mean, education in the past has been the sort of domain, I suppose, of public service media companies, but I don't think it needs to be. And I think education doesn't necessarily mean formal learning. I think certainly these days it's social action, which is probably considered more, certainly here in the UK and Europe, I suppose social action more than education is seen as the route that many broadcasters are actually taking, whether that be about mental health in particular, which has been a huge, great issue in many countries. Climate is certainly one thing, which is obviously a global thing, which we're all seeing recently. So I'd say education itself still in Europe remains mainly with the PSMs. And it's more now social, what I call it before, social action, which has become the domain of education amongst communities, and particularly, I think some of that, particularly around mental health, was boosted by, or enhanced, sorry, by the pandemic that we've had over the last 2 years.
Definitely. So thanks for your take on that, because yes, the pandemic definitely has brought education as a topic of discussion. How do you manage that? In that, the content, the copyright aspects of the education content, is that an issue we should be aware about, Mr. Syafiq? Is there any take you have on this?
Yeah, I think in terms of this session, I think we could actually can learn something about especially the respect of the intellectual property itself. We know how the regulatory and law comes from each respecting countries, and also we need to actually highlighting the users of such illegal copyright content, including the illegal taking of linking services and also illegal retransmission from the third parties is very much affects the revenue of the copyright owner itself, especially from the broadcaster or the owner of the content itself. I think we could actually moving forward to actually engage with the regulatory approach in curbing, especially what is the main concern today is the digital piracy, which happen rampant globally. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Mr. Bala, while we would like to hear your take on this, there is a question, I think it's best directed to you, that how can, so there's a question, tell us what are popular ways to optimize revenues path for a radio station. So, if your take on that also, given your vast experience in that.
Yeah, I can take that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's all start from your studio's automation systems. You need to able to send that metadata from your studio to the CDN, where the programmatic buying company can able to read all the informations. For example, if you sell a commercial to your local region, the programmatic buying company should know when exactly are you scheduled for commercial replacement. That means all the FM listeners can hear one commercial, and all the people who are listening on the digital platform will hear different commercials. The only way we can achieve that is the programmatic buying company should able to read the metadata which you are sending from the studio. That's one. And secondly, is like how we're going to target different group is via also again the data which from the listeners back to you. When, let's say for example, you have like maybe 100,000 listeners. If 100,000 listeners logs on to your system, then you can do the profiling, whether they're male, female, what they like. And based on that, for example, we did a lot of case studies. When we log on, when we capture the information from the listeners, we know that, let's say, for example, like 10% of our listeners are more for the automotive industry. So whenever we want to replace the commercials, we will replace the automotive people with a advertisement which more of a car-based advertisement for them. So that is an additional revenue which you potentially can generate in line with your organic FM terrestrial broadcasting. So end of the day is all the data.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That brings another question, and I'd like to direct it to Alan. That radio definitely needs that kind of a personalized or innovative treatment depending on the kind of the platform, the content which is there. So, but you are handling both, all three, like TV, radio, and VOD. So, what are the key points one need to be careful when it's going to monetize them? So, the strategy for TV is not going to be replicable at VOD, right? So, what are the key differences one need to be aware of while handling a particular medium to maximize the revenue? Of course, we can brute force use the same strategy, but it's not going to yield the results, right?
I suppose our focus is very much on driving audiences. So, like I said, we don't work with advertising inventory. We only work with marketing inventory. But at the end of the day, it gets to that same result, which is about maximizing brand value, because we all know that services with a higher brand value or higher brand recognition and awareness and appreciation are going to be able to command a greater rate in the marketplace than others, and obviously maximizing audience is the other aspect of that. So we don't really work on the advertising side, but for us, when we very much look at, when we go into a broadcaster, we look at a portfolio approach. So we very rarely go into a broadcast to look at a single channel. We look at a portfolio to maximize the effectiveness and efficiency of that portfolio in terms of what can it do to align, to maximize, so to help fulfill the corporate objectives and the individual services objectives of that entire business. So once again, you're using your biggest marketing assets to basically drive that. And that can be quite tough as well. So it's getting TV and radio and VOD to work together. Now, there's not many systems in the world where you can maximize overall sort of consumer reach in terms of campaign activity, either in the advertising world or in the marketing world as well. So it's about looking at the individual strengths and weaknesses of that of those platforms to make sure you use your airtime, your promotional airtime, as best as you can do to obviously to exploit its strengths and address its weaknesses. And it all goes back to, again, to the audiences. I cannot stress enough about understanding the audiences and which parts of content are going to be more appealing. We talk about growth audiences quite a lot and therefore making sure that those few star pieces that you've actually got there are getting the right levels of communication from a marketing point of view. I'm not quite sure if that answered your question, but that's that. We see it as one as opposed to individual aspects.
Okay, got it. Thanks for sharing that insight. We have one last minute, and there is a comment from Dr. Amal Panchihiwa, and I would like Hang Sheng to really take a stab, and maybe he can explain his take on to, he says that addressable and or target advertising would be next wave of monetization for broadcasters, both radio and TV. So how does MediaCorp look at it, and what exactly, is it really that targeted, which you guys have already started going, or is that you see as a future development as well?
Oh, we have already started doing. So, and that was what I meant firstly just now about blended CPV. First of all, you will have to decide on a single measurement and a single tracking mechanism to put all the inventories together in the same way. And in addition to that, there must be platforms that enable people to be able to buy into the inventories across the broadcast platforms as well. And hence the Ad Connect or Ad Direct platform that we have set up is exactly meant for this. So I think two things. Number one, a technology that is able to combine all the inventories together. And number two, a single matrix and a single pricing in order for advertisers to buy on audience across all the different plans, including the traditional plans.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I guess you have literally summed up the entire session in a way that, the two factors of technology and the proper pricing, which came across in everyone's session today. Wonderful, wonderful. I guess, well, that's one downside. We can't hear the applause, but this, all the panelists have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much, each one of you. And we look forward to have further, sort of communication on this important topic. So with this, we come to the end of this panel discussion, and we hand it over back to AIBD for the next important session. I would like to remind everyone to hang around, and it's an important CEOs session where we'll get to hear from the CEOs of the region and their take on to this important issue. So yeah, back to the organizers.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Kumar, and thank you as well to all of our panelists for their contribution towards session 6. I'd now like to invite you on a virtual excursion of Fiji before we head to session 7.
Up next, Session 7, the CEO's Roundtable Discussions on Reimagining Media. This session is made possible by BAC.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Session 7, the CEO's Roundtable, Reimagining Media, which is kindly being sponsored by BAC Corporate. To moderate this session, please welcome Ms. Philomena Gnanapragasam, who is the Director of AIBD. Now, prior to joining AIBD, she was the station manager for Malaysia's pioneer English radio station, Trax FM RTM. Ms. Philomena has experience in both radio and television programming, as well as news. She was also instrumental in rebranding the English radio station, Radio 4. Under her management, Trax FM won several international awards, among them being the WHO Blue Ribbon Award in 2006. A political and communications expert, she was a key strategist in media planning for the 13th general elections in Malaysia RTM. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Philomena. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank everyone for joining the two-day 17th Virtual Asia Media Summit from wherever you're tuning in, whether you're tuning in via Zoom or YouTube. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to be with us today. We sincerely appreciate it. While we wait for Ms. Philomena to prepare herself, we'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all of our sponsors, without whom none of this would have been possible. Please know that your contribution towards this event has been invaluable and sincerely appreciated.
Okay, so I think we are ready, Ms. Amelia. So hello, everybody. This is Philomena Pragasam, Director of the Asia Pacific Institute for Broadcasting Development. For the last 2 days, we've been talking about reimagining the future of media, and so much takeaways and so many interesting new ideas that have actually come up from this 2-day deliberations. And today we have CEOs from 5 different organizations who will be sharing with us how they intend to see the future of media. And we're going to deliberate on this, and each of them would be sharing a little bit about their organization and what they're doing towards reimagining the future of media. And we're also going to open this session to all of you to ask questions from the floor, questions on the Zoom, on your opinion and what you think should be done to reimagine and take the media to a future forward. So without much ado, let me introduce the CEOs who have gathered here. I'm supposed to go on alphabetical order, but I have a gentleman sitting here with me. He's none other than the CEO of Brickfields Asia Education Group, Mr. Rajesh Singham. Now, this gentleman is a renowned figure in the education field of Malaysia. And why education? Because when you talk about education, you have the people who are grooming the first and the foremost media personnel, be it in technology or in content. So I'm very pleased to present the chairman of the BAC Education Group, Rajesh Singham, an educator, entrepreneur, philanthropist. And Rajesh Singham was named Education Man of the Year by the Brand Laureate, and he received the National Outstanding Educator Award in 2015. So he also has done a lot of work at the site Make It Right movement and GiveBack.my to help the most vulnerable. And during the pandemic, it was the face of Rajesh Singham that one would affiliate with the assistance given to single women, to people who were caught in the flood in Malaysia, and to those families suffering in the pandemic. So I have with me this icon of education right here. And I'd also like to say hi to Mr. Riaz Said Qayyum, Fijian Broadcasting Service or Corporation, sorry. So Riaz, if you're watching this Asia Media Summit live with Fiji as a virtual host, I have so much to thank Riaz and his snap, fast, action-oriented self. So Riaz, I'm glad that you're here with us today. And we have, so, hi Riaz. Okay,
Hi, how are you?
Great. I'm so happy that you're watching this for the last 2 days. Also, we're gonna say hello to the CEO of the largest broadcaster in the region, Shashi Shekhar Vempati from Prasar Bharati. Hi, Shashi. Shashi, hi. Yep. So that's
very happy to be here.
okay. And Shashi is the digital man of India. So if you look at Shashi, he is an innovative, fantastic gentleman who has incorporated a lot of 5G into broadcasting, and he's going to share with us in just a bit. We have a lady, Ms. Shaheen Islam from NIMC Bangladesh. She is the Director General of the Bangladesh National Institute of Mass Communication. So we have two people from the education group, Educating Media. And I'd like to say hello to you, Ms. Shaheen. Welcome to Reimagining Media. This is the CEO Roundtable.
Hello, everybody. I'm Shaheen Islam, speaking from Bangladesh.
So happy to have you on board. Okay, we're going to come back. Also from Philippines, I'm joined by Mr. Rizal Aputedera from the Philippines Broadcasting Service. And Aputedera is a iconic figure in Philippines, and he also happens to be the Deputy Vice President of the AIBD. Welcome on board, Rizal.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, Philo.
Thank you, and it's great to have you. Okay, so there you go. I've introduced all five of them, and now is the time to pose the question. So I'm going to let the host of the Asia Media Summit, the virtual host who's present here virtually, Mr. Riaz Said Qayyum, CEO of Fijian Broadcasting Corporation. So, Riaz, the question to you, and what we've been through in the last couple of years, we've seen a major change, a major shift in the way media is being consumed. And I talk about, during the pandemic where everyone is sort of watching, OTT platforms, and people are actually consuming media via their handphones and so forth. Tell me, how would you, as the CEO of the FBC, reimagine the future of media for your organization in the Pacific? Riaz?
Hi, hello everyone. Bula from Fiji. Look, the last 2 years has been difficult for everyone around the world. I think, especially for broadcasters, especially for all broadcasters, but especially more so for public service broadcasters, which we are. And we are a hybrid. We are a public service broadcaster, yet we have a commercial arm as well, because that's the only way we're going to survive in a small country like Fiji. The days of 100% funding for public service broadcasters went out the window a long time ago. So we've been, partly commercial and partly a public service broadcaster. And the last 2 years has been terrible for everyone. We've had to take on some really drastic measures. We started off with salary reductions. We stopped buying content from overseas because overseas traditional content providers were not willing to negotiate even in times of the pandemic, which is very disappointing. They wanted, and most of them didn't want, apart from not moving on the prices, wanted to continue to sell us content at the same price that they would sell content to broadcasters from developing countries. So, we had to think really fast. We had to do a lot of things. We couldn't rely on our public service broadcast contract with government, because for which we get paid a fee to produce public service broadcast programs. So the economic impact, we also realized that there's a huge economic impact in government and on government revenues and in the economy as well. In fact, the fee that we get paid as part of the public service broadcast contract that we have with government, we actually volunteered as a public service broadcaster. We thought we'd be responsible and we approached government and we said, look, instead of paying us the usual fee, why don't you pay us less in the last 2 years? Because we know what everyone's going through, including government. So we apart from that, we had to create new revenue streams. So while we cut back on expenses like acquisition of programs, etc., we also were mindful that we had to quickly innovate. And it's true, in every adversity, there is some sort of advantage that comes across. We got to think a lot more. We were cash strapped, but our enthusiasm to innovate was not taken away from us. So very quickly, we can come back to this, but we went through a lot of stuff. We updated our website while we were staying at home. We increased our news time from 45 minutes to 1 hour. We developed an in-house app, which we've successfully launched last year. We have started using social media for work that we do with our clients in terms of getting the messages across. We even branched out into managing social media pages of our clients, for which we charge them a little fee. We've increased events that we do around the country. We've also got into the digital billboard space, and we're working with the company, and we basically marketing it for them, and we get a share out of that. And we also have ventured into cinema advertising, which we have a contract with. That's, in a nutshell, there's some of the things that we have done, because we want to create ad space, we want to create revenue, because without making drastic changes overnight, we will not be able to survive.
Thank you, Riaz. I think well said. And I like what you said about, using the crisis to actually sort of, create better things, leveraging and taking the opportunity in a very tough, challenging situation, and being more innovative in the process. So I think the last 2 years has been a major challenge for most of us, or almost all of us. But despite that, we humans are like the cockroaches, we somehow survive, and we find ways and means to look at areas to improve our organizations. Okay, I'm going to say hello to Shashi Shekhar Vempati, CEO of the largest broadcaster in the region, Prasar Bharati. Shashi, welcome. Shashi Shekhar.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Shashi. So India has been, the Cannes Film Festival. I think India was making a big mark. I heard the minister saying that there's so much happening with India content. And even if you look at the current OTT platforms, India is coming up with super good mini-series that are being consumed all over the region. So I would say that, there's so much in your monetization, looking at diversifying income streams that Prasar Bharati as a broadcaster has looked into. But perhaps you could start off by telling us how you are reimagining the media of the future for the nation.
Sure. Thank you, and good morning to all. Very happy to be here today, and my compliments to Director AIBD and everyone for such a wonderful online event. It would have been great to do this in person, but I think technology has helped all of us overcome the challenges of the pandemic and keep the show going. You rightly pointed out, I think the Honorable Minister highlighted it, underscored it yesterday as well. India is a very happening, very unique market. And I think the first trend that I'm seeing both within our organization and across the industry here with my colleagues and peers is that broadcasting is now digital first, and it has happened across the board in India. And a key factor which is contributing to this is the tremendously low data costs and massive video consumption. It's a phenomenon that has just taken everyone by storm, and it just peaked during the lockdown and the pandemic. Be it children consuming educational content at home, be it adults consuming entertainment, live sports, news, and so on. It's just across the board, everybody's glued to their smartphones, their iPads, or their smart TVs. What we're also seeing is that a lot of content is premiering on OTT first, and that's a new phenomenon. OTT platforms are actively bidding for live sports. So there's this huge shift. And broadcast content now is available by default on OTT, on digital, no matter which format or where. And live news on YouTube has become very, very commonplace. In fact, one of the biggest live events that we do at Prasar Bharati on Doordarshan is the Republic Day Parade on 26th January every year. And it's a massive affair, 50 plus cameras. It goes on for several hours. And this year, for the first time, our digital viewership overtook linear viewership. So it was a tipping point, sort of inflection point, I would say. So clearly, innovating for digital first is an imperative for all broadcasters. And we at Prasar Bharati are seeing a lot of growth on this front. Very happy to share that our cumulative digital subscriber base is now more than 20 million. We are reaching about 190 plus countries. We have more than 200 live streams, TV, radio put together, available on a very unique app. You can listen to it, you can watch it anywhere in the world. I was just looking at our stats. We are doing about 1 billion plus annual views digitally, more than 5 billion watch minutes on an average every day across our radio stations and TV channels. We are putting out digital content to the tune of about 800 to 1,000 uploads, cumulatively maybe 250,000 a year. So all of this is posing all kinds of challenges, and I think that is where we need to reimagine, reinvent ourselves. Cloud-based media operations is completely new skill set for us in broadcasting. How to manage content delivery networks, again, that's completely new stuff. Cybersecurity is a new challenge. So all of these are new skills, new areas that we need to build on, and we need to look at the future opportunities. You were mentioning 5G. So there's immense scope for convergence between traditional broadcasting and the emerging technologies like 5G. And I think that is where I see the future going. And that is the area of opportunity for us.
Yes, and I think you've spoken a lot about 5G in broadcasting and content, and that's something that you're working on as well. Shashi?
Yes. So one of the areas that we are actively looking at is how do we bring broadcast content to smartphones directly? Can we have an embedded chipset that can receive content over the air in the broadcast mode to apps? And that way you get around this whole huge cost that is associated with many broadcasts that are happening on your traditional content delivery networks over the internet. And that is contributing to costs from a delivery standpoint, contributing to costs from a consumer standpoint as well, because they have to pay for airtime on a cellular network, data costs. So all of that can potentially go away, and you can infinitely scale. Let's say you take a cricket match, which millions watch today, IPL finals, for example, this week. Now that is something on traditional internet is a huge load of video streaming that is going to every phone, every device, every tablet or smart TV. If you could potentially shift or offload all of that traffic over to the broadcast network, directly deliver it to these apps using the broadcast infrastructure, that's a huge saving right there. So we are looking at direct to mobile broadcasting. We are working with IIT Kanpur, a premier technology institution. The Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has given a clarion call for what he calls Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, where we develop a lot of these technologies indigenously. So this is an area of active innovation and R&D for us, working with IIT Kanpur, working with startups in India on how do we develop this technology to deliver broadcast content to smart devices, and then bring this within the family of 5G standards. So this can be, available ubiquitously in other markets. I know South Korea is working on this. The United States, several broadcasters are working on this. So we're looking to further collaborate with the entire broadcast community on this front.
Definitely leading the way in the digital arena. And, you brought out a very interesting point, the tremendous reduction in data costs is surely going to be, a great factor, a push factor in seeing digitalization of media. And I think it's just going to be a tremendous, big thing that's going to happen even as we talk. So really interesting there with Shashi Shekhar Vempati, CEO of Prasar Bharati India. And next I'm moving on to talk to Ms. Shaheen Islam from the National Institute of Mass Communication. And Shaheen is the Director General, and Bangladesh has been doing tremendous amount of content as well. And Shaheen is the person who is behind the educating arm of the media personnel in Bangladesh. Welcome to the CEO Roundtable, Shaheen. So how do you view on, the innovative challenges, the changes that are happening in the field of media, and what is NIMC doing towards supporting the media organizations in Bangladesh?
Thank you, Philo. In the era of the fourth industrial revolution and in the present scenario of unprecedented digital transformation, of skyrocketing demand and supply of media content and severe competition in the media industry, NIMC has seized the opportunity to reform training programs to keep our media personnel updated. Our aim is to increase the supply of resource persons, of trainees, of media workers, as well as encouraging the use of technology, advanced equipments, and use of software in the media industry. Let me use my slides to show you what we are doing. We are building a foundation that will allow our clients to stay agile, exploring the current industry trends, practices, challenges, and behaviors in relation to streaming media, exploring how to respond, recover in the changing industry, and exploring how to reimage what will work in the future. We are adapting to the new demands, introducing new subjects for training to upskill and update media workers in new technologies, and examining what channels, content creators, and streaming services need to do to hold on to their audiences and maintain and build on the surge of popularity. To achieve this, we have been organizing seminars, discussion programs with various forums, working with digital technologies. We have visited several artifacts and continuing to do so. We are identifying the disruptors and enablers for the business of media and entertainment. We are pinpointing where change is going on and what are the operations that support it. We introduced new courses on new media, trends of social media, cybersecurity, security, and visual radio technology. We also plan to introduce courses on we have already made plans to introduce courses on artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, and other technologies. We are focusing on cybersecurity to monitor malicious content and content detrimental to the society and the nation. Our focus also includes updating our trainees on new media, social media related laws, regulations, acts, and create awareness to enable opportunity for emergency steps for control through or in coordination with appropriate legal controlling authorities such as the Terrestrial Service Regulatory Authorities, BRTC, or Rapid Action Battalion of the police force. Or we are organizing training facilities, workshops and seminars for keeping the human resources updated and enable skill development and adaptation. We are uploading programs, advertise activities and accomplishments in the social media and new media. We are also updating web portal of the organization. We are also conducting research and development activities.
Okay.
So that's all.
Thank you, Shaheen. Well said. And I think capacity building is one of the key factors, even as we move into this digital age, and telling and training media personnel is a key factor so that they're able to be good players and be able to face what are the challenges of the media that we are seeing, right? So to me, being a media person for a long time, I'm very, very passionate. I started off in radio, and I think it's such a wonderful medium. And during the pandemic, we saw that radio was one of the only remote broadcasting that was still available. It's cheap, and it was still broadcasting despite whatever was happening, even in a lockdown situation. And without much ado, I'd like to introduce my next speaker, Mr. Rizal Aputedera from the Philippine Broadcasting Service. And he's a radio man as well. Aputedera has been dedicated.
Yes,
can we switch off the microphone? Yep. Radio broadcasting industry, if you listen to his voice, we say he has the golden voice of radio. Well, that was when we started off. When I first opened my mouth and someone said, Philo, you have a golden voice. But today, that golden voice is very much replaced by multiple voices, which are, I won't call it golden, but it has changed, it has evolved. And today, it's all about personalities. So Rizal Aputedera is at the helm of the Philippine Broadcasting Service, an agency attached to the Presidential Communications Operations Office, PCOO. And he also served as City Tourism Officer of Tijau City under Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. So without much ado, I'd like to call upon Mr. Rizal Aputedera. And Rizal, how did you, or what are you envisaging in reimagining the future of media? And perhaps you can focus on radio and your organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Philo, and to my fellow panelists in the CEO Roundtable. I'd like to say good afternoon from the Philippines. And before I do answer that, I'd like to just say that I'm very happy to see all of you and AIBD personalities here again. The last time we saw each other in person was in Siem Reap, and I'm looking forward maybe in the future that we can all see each other again in person. Nonetheless, yes, when Philo and AIBD invited me to speak or to be part of the panel, I would never say no to Philo and to AIBD, and to share whatever it is that we practiced here, especially that all of us, all of our broadcast firms have been hit hard by the pandemic, and we had to resort to many ways to stay relevant. And on the part of the Philippine Broadcasting Service, what we started off was to address the limitations mostly on the reach, and noticing that a lot of people were online. We had to improve our online presence, which would actually cross broadcast our terrestrial stream. And that being said, since we only made use of available channels like Facebook, YouTube, and the like, which I think most of us also do because it's readily available and it's a very stable platform. We have managed to increase our reach and engagement with the target audience. That being said, we had also to adapt and modify our approach, because now since we were all used to having only radio sets being turned on that you cannot see whoever's talking but you can only listen to them, we also had to make aesthetic adjustments to ourselves when we were to be broadcasted not just through audio but also through video. And we also had to boost our new media team just so as it could complement our online broadcast. So we see that in the other part of Philippines, and based on the habits of our listeners, it is very important that we also pay attention to the indicators set by these new and readily available platforms, because it can work to our advantage. And if we do understand the attitude and the habits of our listeners, we can readily modify our broadcast so that they can still get us and appreciate our news or our other programs that can be broadcasted, not just limited to terrestrial but also to digital as well. And so far, having this, it's really more of an advantage to us, because when people ask you, is radio still relevant? And this is an annual question, and we still say, yes, radio is still very much relevant. Thank you, Philo.
Thank you, and well said. And well said, the radio man himself. Radio started off in the 1800s, late 1800s, as a propaganda tool. And today, during the pandemic, people say that 90% of listeners tune into radio in the cars. But what happened during the lockdown, because we were not traveling, but people were still tuning into radio. And perhaps one of the challenges that radio has is content, right? And even as I speak, we always focus on content for television. What about radio? And today we are also looking at globalization of content. Gone are the days of, news perhaps is about the only thing that focuses on proximity. because I'd be more interested in what's happening in Malaysia rather than a cat jumping off a roof in America. So that element of proximity is still vital, right? Okay, so I would say that really it's time for us to look at how the role of media and how we as broadcasters can shift accordingly with the digital age. So, but before I move on there, I have Mr. Raja Singham seated right here next to me. Raja, thank you so much for coming. And, this is a gentleman who is, even as he walks, he keeps thinking. He is known as the great thinker. And Raja was appointed to the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ABAC, as a council member and the lead mentor of the ASEAN Mentorship for Entrepreneurs Network. And he founded Backflix. All right, watch out what that is about. Backflix is a free online learning portal supplying free online education to millions of children across the region. And I'm proud to have him right here. And Raja, you are grooming or coming up or looking at the future of how media is moving forward, and you're creating a big change in the way education is working in media, especially. Welcome. Yes.
Thanks so much, Philo and AIDB. It's great to be here. Philo always makes me look like about 100 times greater than I actually am. So, so thanks for that. The key thing, it's nice being here, and I'm actually looking at how, the future of broadcasting and what comes next. Now, first caveat is I'm not in broadcasting. We run a broadcasting school where we do film broadcasting, IACT College. But I'm actually looking at it, and I think sometimes it's good to look at it more from a technology standpoint. I'm very much on the areas of leveraging technology to move ahead. So I think the first key question here is one of relevance. How is broadcasting as an industry going to stay relevant moving ahead? Darwin is quoted, said, it's not the strongest nor the most intelligent of species that will survive, but the one most adaptable to change. But while it's nice to say that, the question is what is the kind of change that is required? Because that's where the problem is. People sort of identifying what is the change that's required? What is coming next? And for this, I think broadcasting has to build competencies like scenario planning to look at what could come next, innovation. Okay, these are some of the areas, as well as have that willingness to experiment. So when you have staff within your group, within your own broadcasting or looking outside, and they come up with you with an idea which looks like it might or might not work, you may want to give it a shot, because it may be where your next big money is going to come from, or the next big change in your organization. Now, another thing is this: TV viewership is declining. Statistics very clearly show that TV viewership is declining. People had a little bit of a bumper the last 2 years. When you're stuck at home in a pandemic, then you can't go out, viewership goes up. But now that everybody is back out and about, I expect viewership to decline, and statistics do show that. Another thing is a lot of broadcasters are government-funded broadcasters, and a lot of them here in AIDB are. And here you've got to look, you get a fixed sum from the government or fixed sum in order to be sorry to use this word, but a mouthpiece for what the government wants to communicate to its public, its citizens, on what they're doing. But bear in mind, it's even more important for you to be relevant, because as there's more and more media coming out, different broadcasters, YouTube, other areas that attract where the Gen Zs are, you've got to find ways to stay relevant, because the government is not going to be paying the broadcasters if they're not getting the kind of viewership expected of them. So this is another key aspect to look at. So I've actually identified a few key points which I think broadcasters should be looking at, in order to moving forward. Mr. Sashi has actually mentioned this. The first thing is to take a digital first. I like to call it actually a mobile first strategy, because most people are now spending most times. Gen Zs are purely on mobile. They were born in a mobile age. I myself clock 9 hours a day on my handphone, and I'm not a Gen Z person. So formatting for a mobile audience is going to be crucial. How do you change the news to a mobile format, multi-format? You can't take what's on TV and dump it on a handphone and expect it to get the results and get that captivation. So the first thing is move mobile first and have that format. The second one is this: there is an information overload. Even if you switch on your cable now, you've got I don't want to name, I'm not here to advertise different broadcasting agencies, about 15 to 20 different news channels that we can see from different countries, from the US, the UK, from Japan, from Australia, local news channels, regional news channels. You have 20 channels. And if you're on others, you have even more. So there's a huge information overload. So how are you going to cope with that? Probably using AI in the future so that actually AI can be used to curate based on what you're watching. I mean, you sometimes today you have stations recommending things for you. So that's an area. A third thing I see is collaboration, where, now agencies, you'll have all your people out there shooting. You think more of them should collaborate locally, regionally, internationally. So instead of one network having 100 people out there, third area is that. Specializing is another thing, looking at content, creation of content, looking at platform, and then how to get your content out there. I'm not going to look at social media. We've talked a lot about that. Immersive. 5G is going to be huge, and that's going to make, it's basically instant connections for mobile phones. That's an area. Leveraging technology, immersive. This is not now. Once 5G is in, and once I'm not blaming any brand, so sorry if we know all the brands, we know the headgear, whatever it is. You can be. So if there is a war going on in a place, or if there's famine in a place, or even something beautiful they're showing you, you can actually have broadcasting with 3D where you actually are in an immersive space. So this is something that is coming. I see global giants in broadcasting. Now we have countries, different broadcasters. Look at it, like you've got for social media, you've got Facebook. For Amazon, you've got, giants. You've got giants in areas like, cars. You've got in technology. I actually see that ultimately there are going to be some huge giants in broadcasting. Of course, the big problem is resistance from local governments for their broadcasting companies to be taken over by a giant. There's tons of stuff, but I just threw some of those things out there very quickly. But I think these are some of the areas you need to look at.
Thank you, Raja. I think we are looking at a giant takeover of most education organizations, and he's now talking about a giant takeover of media organizations. Very well said, but this is a very futuristic approach. I'd like to welcome everyone who's here. Actually, we are in our hotel at the Secretariat where the Asia Media Summit. We are having a hybrid event. This is a hybrid event, and I'd like to welcome all the dignitaries who have just joined us. Thank you. You're with us on the CEO Roundtable, and I'm talking to 5 CEOs from across the Asia Pacific region, and we're discussing about future forward reimagining media. And Raja, you talked about the relevance of media. Now that's the question. Nabil, can I have all the CEOs on frame? And this is a big question. How relevant do you think you are? Now we have most of you here who are public broadcasters. Shashi, the biggest broadcaster in the region. Aputera with PBS, Philippines. Philippines is known for its strength and all that. And of course, Bangladesh. And we're looking at the CEO of FPC, the voice of the Pacific. Now, Fiji is known as a big brother in the Pacific. That's how, I don't know whether Riaz is the big brother looking figure, but definitely they are innovating and doing stuff in the Pacific. Very, very strong there. So I want to ask you all, what do you think about yourselves? Do you think your media, Shashi Shekhar Vempati, is still relevant in India? Or do you see with the fragmentation of media that's taking place all over, is that a huge challenge, of course, but how do you view Prasar Bharati? Shashi?
Absolutely. I think it's a great question. Yes, the traditional media continues to be relevant. There was recently a study conducted by the Reuters Institute of Oxford University, where they looked at the most trusted media sources in India. And stunningly, AIR News and DD News were rated the highest in terms of trust. So clearly the public broadcaster is the place to go to when you want authentic news and information. And that relevance is not going away. What needs to happen, however, is exactly the subject of your roundtable today. It has to be reimagined and made future ready. And I think that is what all of us are busy with, bringing in new skill sets, training the content creators to think digital or mobile first, like Raja put it, being able to acquire new skills so that you're able to do this at scale on cloud-based platforms, moving away from traditional ways in which media infrastructure was operated by the broadcasters.
Fantastic. And all that is technology. Now, how about your content? What kind of content are you coming up with to remain relevant? I mean, news is the one thing that everybody watches, news and sports. I would say that every broadcaster would say, okay, everyone's watching my news. Everyone's, wanting to know what the public broadcaster is saying. But what about your content? With all this digitalization, what's the role of content in your organization?
Clearly, content has to innovate as well. And content has to innovate on formats, like was mentioned earlier by several speakers, that you need to format content, make it mobile ready, digital ready. So that is one kind of content innovation. The other kind is convergence that is happening across TV and radio. So we are looking increasingly at content that can go both on TV and radio. For example, when we did cricket commentary, we had cameras in the radio commentary booth, and then we had a live stream on digital as well, where you could not only listen to the commentators, you could also watch them. So that creates a different experience altogether. Similarly, during the Olympics, we had sign language interpretation to go along with both the radio commentary and the TV visuals. So that is another kind of convergence from a content standpoint. What I'm increasingly seeing is that for the public broadcaster to differentiate itself, to continue to be relevant from a content standpoint, the content we create needs to have immense information value and knowledge value. It has to have a long shelf life. It can't just be the entertainment content, which has a very short shelf life, which comes and goes, and then after that nobody really cares about it. While in the case of the public broadcaster, there's very high recall value, be it our epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata, which did very well during the lockdown, or a lot of knowledge-oriented content that we're creating. And this is where we will have to continue to differentiate, create content which is of value, which brings families together, which imparts knowledge, which is high in its information quotient, and has a very long shelf life, so that digitally this content continues to be relevant, not just today, but 10, 20 years from now.
Fantastic. I like the way content is also being archived, because a lot of content is, now we have catch up radio or podcast, as you call it. And this is so important because it's not just a one-time affair. And we can actually see that a lot of broadcasting houses, earlier we talked about, diversifying your income streams. And this is where organizations are actually moving forward, selling content and making their content available, podcasts especially. I'd like to move to the Pacific with Riaz. How do you see the challenge ahead in reimagining media and continuing to be relevant, Fiji Broadcasting Corporation in the Pacific?
Well, the only way to remain relevant is to ensure that we change with the growing times and demands. Mm-hmm. We have to keep up with technology, as you mentioned. I mean, that's a no-brainer. We all have to keep up with technology, otherwise we'll get left behind. Unfortunately, the smaller broadcasters will always be playing a catch-up game. The bigger broadcasters will be doing it first, and then the smaller broadcasters will be doing it a bit later. But I think the main issue, apart from that, is to remain relevant. We have to remain relevant. Earlier on, I had said, we had to cut back on a lot of things during the pandemic, and we still are in that position in terms of acquisition of content, because we as a country, because we're so small, we're less than 1 million people, we don't have specialized schools where people would go and learn how to produce television and proper editing, and most of our people learn on the job. We watch a lot of YouTube videos. We try and produce as much as we can. And since we cut back on buying content because we couldn't afford to during the pandemic, because our revenue had fallen by about 90% overnight at the peak of it, we've had to go out and produce our own content. Now, we don't have the experience to produce the sort of content that other countries like India would produce, because of the experience, and we don't have that. But the fact of the matter is, it's pushed us into a corner where we have to, you either swim or you sink. We have to go out and produce content and whatever we can. But we've always kept one thing in mind, and there's a couple of things that as a public service broadcaster we always give very high importance to. One is that we've got to produce content that relates to the public and that is relevant to the public, and where we can interact with the public as much as possible in terms of getting their feedback or getting them to participate in the content that we produce. There are many examples of it. And also the other thing that we keep in mind, and I'm sure a lot of public service broadcasters do around the world, we are very heavy into nation building. You would have seen yesterday, those of you who were there for the whole session, as the session ended yesterday, we had produced a song called Children of Fiji. And hopefully, if we have time, we can play it again when we end today. Those sorts of things that we do. That is just one of the many examples that we do in terms of nation building and trying to make the country stronger. And by doing that, we are in a unique position because the commercial stations will not do that sort of thing. We do a lot of, we produce a lot of material, not very sophisticated, very simple stuff that actually, we've done it for such a long time, and we're only 10 years old in terms of our TV arm. But Fijians, common Fijians, recognize us as the company that engages in content and content creation that leads to nation building. No other commercial station does that. So it's that connection. It's that connection, and the more you do it, the more you connect with people. And if you have to do it with changing technology, and if you don't do it, then you're not relevant anymore. So, I mean, that's something that we want to do. Sometimes, as you know, content creation is more expensive than buying content, but that is the world that we live in. And that is the reason why we are partners in AIBD. We're always looking for content that we can possibly acquire FOC, or we can buy it at a cheaper rate from our partners. And we actually already do out of Korea and out of China and a lot of other member countries, where we buy some content that we know is not going to be available on platforms like Netflix, etc. Why buy content that's on Netflix if people are already watching Netflix? It doesn't make any sense. We won't be able to sell it. So we're looking for unique content that we can buy at very affordable rates, or biting the bullet and trying to produce more content ourselves, which is relevant to the people of Fiji.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think well said. And one of the points that you made was, the public broadcaster still has a role to play in nation building. And I guess the model is different for every country, right? There are countries that are moving on to commercializing their radio stations, and at the root of it, the public broadcaster's role in nation building may not be as important today as it was many years ago. So these are some of the key factors that we have to study and look at different models for different countries, right? And how it works for Fiji perhaps may not work for Malaysia or for Philippines. So Rizal, what are your takeaways on getting your media to be relevant and to keep up with the times in reimagining the future of broadcasting? Rizal.
Yes. Yes. What the first challenge that we encountered when I entered public broadcast, since I came from a private broadcast firm, was that true to what one of the panelists mentioned earlier, that one of the challenge for a public broadcast or government-owned station would be it could be stereotyped as a mouthpiece for the government. But what I do like about starting with this administration in our country is that we were given free hand on the editorials that we have as government radio. One of the strongest points now for all government media outlets here in the country is we can practice editorial independence, and understanding that already gives you a lot of leeway to come up with more content. It doesn't have to be necessarily critical of what the government is doing, But we do find constructive approaches so that the public will see that, yes, even in government radio, there are checks and balances. And this makes it more interesting because having to have an entity like that, practicing editorial independence, allows your listeners now to engage more. It means that, okay, this is not a wall that we just hit, but we can actually ask, we can actually interact, we can actually demand from our government what it should be doing through the help of radio. Case in point, also when the pandemic started, all the assets of our government, TV, radio, even print, be it digital or traditional, we had to integrate our resources, and by doing so, we actually had the public engage in us more and say, yes, all government media can be trusted. And it did, because when one survey came out for brand trust, surprisingly, almost all the government media outlets and assets ranked high in the trust of the viewing and listening and reading public. And so, I do believe that the pandemic also caused challenges for private firms here in our country. I've seen a couple already about to close shop, but yet government media still stands there. We're still on the air. We still have, as a matter of fact, we even boosted our power and our reach in all our stations across the archipelago. And we are happy that the public trusts government now through the programs that we do. And one way to check and balance this, before I wrap this one up, is we also have to rely on the surveys, and having to see the surveys on what really the people want to hear more of from your programs. Content is, I do agree. Also earlier it was mentioned that content is important and content is key. And for us to understand how to better our content, we always go back to the surveys, and that will be the anchor of what we will set out to do again to improve our programs.
Thank you, Rizal. I think very interesting, and I like the way you said about trust. And I think we've come a long way. Media has come a long way from being a government mouthpiece. And if broadcasters today have to understand that in order to survive, you need to be innovative and building trust, because today's audiences are not just listening to your radio or television or watching TV to get the news. You have such a thing as social media or other platforms that are giving you the news and so forth. And very often, these kind of portals or mediums are actually focusing on giving you truth as well that public broadcasters don't give. So there's a huge challenge there. We can't go about saying, hey, I'm giving the truth on radio or I'm giving the truth on my government station, because today your content is questionable, especially the news. So I think we have all evolved to an era of, changing. Politicians are changing. They understand the strength of media. They also know that they are accountable to everything they say. And media is again taking the meaning of say what you mean and mean what you say. And I think this is a crucial factor that all of us are looking at. And as we talk about reimagining media, a lot of you focused on technology, immersive technologies. Bala, you were saying, Raja, sorry, you were talking about immersive technologies. And, how long is that going to happen? We need the televisions that can actually be equipped with such kind of technology to allow it to be immersive. What's your point on that, Bala? Raja, sorry.
Hi. Yeah, thanks, Philo. The key thing about immersive technology is still some time away until you get 5G up and running. We're still, we are at the very, very early stages. The metaverse, all of these things are there. But what I'm trying to say is these things are there. Maybe we don't have the bandwidth currently. Maybe some of the technology needs to be worked on. But you need to start thinking about these things now. So if you plan your next 4, 5 years, 6 years, you're ready when the time comes. That's one. Technologies like, things like big data, AI, cloud computing, cybersecurity beside, these are all the things broadcasters will have to make sure their people develop the competencies. And if you don't have it in-house, you outsource and get people outside. But your CEOs, your senior management, they all have to understand how these things work so that they can actually jump on board and then leverage these technologies. Another thing, I mean, just want to throw something out there, because I always believe content is king, whichever way you look at it. But I think one of the things broadcasters can also look at is a lot of y'all have wealth of content, 10 years, 20 years, 30, 40. And maybe this is as I'm getting older and more nostalgic. I think one of the things would be nice is if you took a lot of your old content, rehashed it, used new methods, made it interesting, and brought it out. So, for example, it's okay, I was born in 1967. I would really like to know what was the news in 1967. Now, of course, not the whole year's views condensed, because nowadays you see these YouTube videos of kids not even knowing how a phone of the old days, where you'd sort of turn the dial round, and there is hilarious videos as to try to figure out how that works. But it'd be quite nice for the younger generation, because the gap is getting greater and greater. You got your millennials, now you got your Gen Zs. And if they could actually, in some sort of interesting way, relate back to the past, a lot of things that happened in the past are quite interesting. And this is content you have. If you repackage to make it interesting, today most children and the Gen Z and the younger generation are more on international content rather than local. I mean, that's the true fact. They're all on YouTube. They're all on every Netflix. They're all on all these different type of channels. And you'd almost see they totally lose out on the local things that we grew up with. And I think broadcasters, you have this wealth already have.
Okay, thank you, Raja. And Shaheen, how do you see the relevance of media and reimagining of media in Bangladesh? Very quickly, yes. Microphone, please.
Thank you. In Bangladesh, there are lots of private channels now, and they're all very excited about it. In fact, also the government radio, that is Bangladesh Betar, they are using visual radio for their news contents. We are all together trying to upgrade our programs so that we can adapt to the new technologies. We are talking about using the artificial intelligence to check our facts, because to check on fake news. We are also thinking of using IoT, Internet of Things. For example, we can use it in a microphone and make it as per our order. So we, in a crowd, if we want to have a one-to-one interview, we can program the microphone in such a way. Yes, Bangladesh is coming up. All the young generation are also into social media. When we train our participants in the community radios, they are also trying to use the modern technologies. They're into YouTube. They're making their own contents. I think Bangladesh is into it.
Fantastic. And with the help of, thank you, Shaheen. So here we go. We're talking to our members from the Asia Pacific, CEOs from 5 different organizations, talking about the relevance of media and future forward reimagining media. I simply can't reimagine how the future would look like, but it'll be interesting to see as I talk to Shashi, a hologram or whatever immersive technology that allows him to be here. Now we are actually looking at the Zoom, right? And I see him standing in front of me. Hi, Philo. So that perhaps is the new kind of technology that we are heading towards. It is very exciting. Some years ago, when someone told me, you know what, you'll be able to talk to somebody on the phone and you'll be able to see them as you talk. And it's like, really? Because we were living in such a blind era. But today, this is a possibility. So having Shashi or Riaz, don't travel, guys. You're just going to be appearing in this room like that. It's going to be a near possibility in the future. It's really exciting, isn't it? Yes. So any comments? One last take before we close the session. I'd just like to hear from each of you. Shashi, how do you view this challenge that's being posed? Even as we talk about new technology, we're talking about 5G. I think people are already talking about 6G, 7G. It's so fast, okay? So the next year probably we'll be talking about something else in the session. So what are your what is your comment on how you'd like to move Prasar Bharati forward or advice to other broadcasters? Thank you.
Yeah, clearly the technology cycle is moving very fast, and I think broadcasters traditionally are slow to catch up with technology. You're always playing catch up, and I think that is one challenge. Which means that your staff, your employees, their learnability needs to increase. They need to become far more nimble, adaptable to new technologies, learn new skills, and keep upgrading them every few years, both in terms of engineering as well as on the content side as well. Because unless you know how to use these new tools, you will not be innovative in the content that you create. So that's one challenge. The second challenge I see more from a consumer standpoint, that attention spans are going down, right? We are flooded with so much of content, so much of information, which is why I think radio will continue to have a future, because listening is one habit where you really concentrate, you pay attention, and listening is something you can do, multitasking. You could be driving, you could be doing something else. So I see a great future for podcasting and information value, content with great information value, a lot of knowledge. And I think interesting podcasts clearly have a future. So these are two things that, how do we hold the attention of the audience, and how do we continue to be up to date with the latest that is emerging in the technology space? I think it is at the intersection of these two is where the future for broadcasters to continue to be relevant lies.
Thank you. Thank you, Shashi. I think people always want to see something new. And as humans, in the midst of all this technology, you're dealing with the human being. And sometimes people always say about the advertisement mentality, whereby people are tuning into a program for 3 minutes and then you shut off and come back and shut off and come back. But at the end of the day, like you said, the kind of content, the quality of content, these are things that are going to add an element of interest, the human interest stories that will be able to captivate audiences no matter what. So I ask Riaz, you've done such a great job, Riaz, the kind of content that I'm seeing coming across during this conference. What's your take on the future?
Well, in order to be relevant, you're right. And I agree with Shashi also what he said about radio. There was a prediction made about 10 years ago, or maybe more, that radio was going to die. I never believed that. And I'm totally convinced now that radio has, it's not going to die. It's going to have a great future. But just to answer your question, Philo, in order to become relevant, you have to move and you have to change with the times. And the best way to do it, and from our point of view at least, where we don't have access to the sort of education platforms to keep on producing people in the industry, skilled people, I have great faith in our young employees, in the young staff. There was a time when I used to consider myself young. I'm not young anymore. So with the average age now in our office is around about 27, 26. And these are the guys who are actually, guys and girls who are actually keeping abreast of the changing technology, of the changing demands, of what's relevant and not relevant. About close to 70% of our population is considered to be youth in our country. So we need these sorts of employees who are young, who are innovative, who are enthusiastic about being in the industry and coming up with ideas. And that's why we've got to be very inclusive. We believe in a lot of meetings. We talk and we discuss things, and we allow ideas to flourish as much as possible under the circumstances of our resources that we have at hand. But we try and push that as much as possible, because that's where the answers lie. These people know what is relevant, what is being demanded for, and we have to, as CEOs, keep an open mind as to what we should do. There were certain things that I wouldn't have done before, but I can't even start to name the sort of stuff that we're doing now. For traditional broadcasters, it would be horrifying if I told you some of the stuff that we do on on television. But it is what it is. And if we don't have young people with us, and in the majority in our workplaces, then we will miss out on being relevant, and our survival depends on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Riaz. I think this is very exciting. You're talking about radio. I would say that there was once people who said that radio would probably die when video came. And when something else came, they said video would die. Nothing is dead yet. Everything is still very much present from what we see. And that's because we are always reinventing ourselves. And this is what media houses should be doing, reinventing, changing, and going on with the new innovative technology, as well as looking at newer ways of producing content, podcasting, and so forth. So Rizal, one last take before we sign off from here, Shaheen and also Raja. Yes, Rizal, what do you have? A final?
Quickly, I would just like to say that, again, radio is never dead, because in my country, with more than 100 million people, radio is still the go-to medium, which is very accessible and free. At the same time, I do want to inspire others, that fellow CEOs or fellow leaders in their respective fields, that to complement the technology that you have, you can also use the technology to your advantage by understanding what your listener wants. By understanding what your listener wants and understanding what is very important to them, and also understanding what could make them engage more, using the technology that you have, sends also a better and stronger message across your platform, and would also guarantee an increase in audience share, thereby making your broadcast firm relevant and up to relevant and credible.
Thank you. So there you go. Relevant, great, fantastic, staying on for the next couple of years, decades. So this is all where we are going, and each of us needs a strategy. And you said understand the audience. Now, how do you understand an ever-changing audience? Today we're talking about content. Is content the king, or is audience the king? Right? So this is a question that you have to look at. So everything revolves around your audience, the production of your content, and so forth.
I would like.
Yes.
I would like to make a final remark. I think reimaging media is a game changer. It can create vast opportunities. It can reduce the cost. It can, with using cybersecurity, you can ensure security of your contents, and with cloud computing, you can make vast storage of your contents. And not only does it reduce cost, with innovative ideas, you can make unimaginable contents, and it's opening up job opportunities, a great opportunity for the young generation.
Thank you. Well said, Shaheen. Very interesting points there. Raja, before we round up, one take from you.
I think, radio is, no one's saying radio is going away, but I think what we're trying to say is there are people like Spotify, iTunes, podcasts, there's the ability to listen to channels now on internet radio from anywhere in the world. So it has become more competitive, and that's why it becomes harder for all of us to try and get that audience, because there's so much more going on. On a separate note, Shreyas, I would love to come to Fiji, and I would love to see whether our school can actually help you with the education side of things, because it'd be great if our broadcasting students here and your broadcasters there could sort of, get together and see how we can actually exchange some knowledge and information. On a little plug here, ICT College and AIBD are actually launching a series of diplomas in broadcasting, looking at areas like AI, social media, digital marketing, all the different areas as well. So I think that I will let AIBD notify member countries. But I'm very excited. As you said, you've got a lot of young people in your broadcasting company. We have a lot of young people here who are broadcasting students as well, and studying for degrees and diplomas and things. It'll be quite nice if we could see how we could help each other So I'll
Fantastic.
reach out to you later.
Okay,
on
that's a business level,
Yeah.
right? So we're coming back to the media level, all right? So we're looking at media houses, training homes, looking at how we can upskill and keep media competent and up to the mark, right? And with the change in technology, I think Shashi was talking a lot about it, but we can't deny it, right? So you're looking at content and technology running the race together. And are you able to keep up with this race so that you continue to be relevant and continue to broadcast and make the audience happy, right? At the end of it, you might have machines, you might have AI, you might have everything, but you're broadcasting to real people, and real people need real stories. So at the end of it, it's content, it's technology, and it's a strategic approach, I think, ladies and gentlemen, in media today. Right? And this is what media houses really have to look at. So I'd like to thank my esteemed panelists today. We have Riaz from Fiji, Shashi Shekhar Vempati from India, Rizal Giovanni Apotedera from Philippines, Shaheen Islam from Bangladesh, and of course, Mr. Rajasekharan here in Rajasingham, sorry. A lot of names are popping up my head. That's what happens when you're running an event and doing this. So Rajasingham from BAC, right? Who also talked about the latest technologies that will complement media. So with that, I'd like to say thank you to all my panelists. Let's hope that media continues to go strong, and with such giants such as yourself, definitely, and with AIBD at the back, we'll ensure that media keeps going and continue to be relevant. Thank you, everybody. It's back to our MC in Fiji. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. What an amazing discussion from leaders and CEOs from around the region. Now that brings our sessions for today and for this summit to a close. Thank you to all of our panelists, contributors, moderators, and attendees who made this event a success. It is because of you that this event was possible. Now, to close the summit and to offer our thanks on behalf of the Fiji government as the virtual host for this year's summit, please welcome the Acting Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Communications, Tupombara Vilala.
Ms. Philomena Nanaka Prasam, the Director of the Asia Pacific Institute of Broadcast Development, Mr. Mayak Agrawal, the President of the General Conference of the AIBD, government representatives, delegates from the global media and technology industry and academia, ladies and gentlemen. Bula Vinaka, and it gives me great pleasure to deliver the closing address. The Honorable Minister for Communications would like to convey sincere apologies for not being able to attend and deliver his closing remarks for the 17th Asia Media Summit this afternoon, as he has been called away on urgent matters. As we conclude the first of its kind, 17th Virtual Asia Media Summit, I would like to thank you for your productive engagement during these 4 days of deliberations. On behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister and the Fijian government, I would like to extend my appreciation to all our participants for making this event a success. I guess we can all agree, never before have we been presented with so much information. The appetite and the rate at which our audiences consume information has increased exponentially. With the increase in the consumption of information, we have seen a proportional increase in misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and fake news. Citizens must have access to accurate information to make informed choices and decisions and to improve the quality of their lives. One way in which we counted misinformation and fake news was to have the official social media accounts verified, to carry the blue tick. Now, verified pages are shown higher in search results, making it easier for the social media users to obtain factual and timely information regarding key initiatives and the news. As the Honorable Prime Minister highlighted in his keynote address, there are about 4.6 billion social media users. At no point in history has the media ever been able to exert as much influence over their audiences as online platforms now allow them to do, so near instantaneously. Therefore, as responsible media professionals, we have a critical role in informing our communities with accurate, fact-checked information presented in the correct context and to create content that is engaging. With the emergence of OTT and streaming platforms like Netflix and Amazon Prime, traditional broadcasters need to reposition themselves to stay relevant. producing more local content and news, together with the use of streaming technologies, we can broadcast directly and near real time onto social media platforms and websites. Moreover, for Fiji, the availability and affordability of digital technology has given us an unmatched opportunity to improve government services and engagement with government. It has also enabled us to overcome a mammoth physical challenge, that we're a country of about 110 populated islands, and that some of our people live in isolated and far-flung areas. They require access to services and timely information, just as the city dwellers. Connectivity has been a core tenet of the Fijian government's commitment to create a more equitable society and to bridge the gaps that exist. The Fijian government has invested significantly in the Walesi digital television platform, ensuring 100% coverage through terrestrial and satellite means. All free-to-air broadcasters now have a level playing field in terms of coverage. Broadcasters can now compete on content. The Walesi platform is also available on a mobile phone app. Today, 95% of Fijians have access to the internet, and we're committed to connecting the remaining 5% of Fijians. Our government has also invested in school connectivity projects, delivering internet connectivity to students and communities in remote and maritime islands. Now, through this, we will ensure that students in remote parts of Fiji have the same benefits as urban students do. With these few words, I would like to wish all participants the very best, and thank you once again for making this event a success. We hope to see you in Fiji in person for the next AIBD event. Vinaka.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Acting Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Communications, Tupou Maravilala. Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you to the Ministry of Communications and, by extension, the Fiji government. I'd now like to go to the AIBD GC Council President, Mr. Mayank Agrawal, to give his closing remarks. Mr. Agrawal, if you're ready, we'd love to hear from you, sir.
Yes, I'm connected. So, should I go for the concluding remarks?
Yes, you should.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, today's deliberations are over, and now we are concluding the session. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the delegates joining from different countries, different time zones. Her Excellency Nineta Barbulescu, Ambassador of Romania. Her Excellency Aman Bola, High Commissioner of Pakistan. His Excellency Michaelis Rokas, Ambassador and Head of EU Delegation to Malaysia. Dr. Rashid Mustafa Sarwar, UNICEF Malaysia Representative. Mr. Victor and Miss Emily, representatives from French Embassy in Malaysia. Miss Dorothy Benjamin, representative from ILO. And AIBD Director, Miss Philomena Nana Pragasam. You have done wonderful job, Philomena, over the last 2 days. Wonderfully organized this summit, and my thanks to Republic of Fiji also for hosting this summit. Very well done. Esteemed speakers, delegates from the global media and technology industry and the academia. During these past 2 days of the Asia Media Summit 2022, we have had many fruitful and illuminating deliberations, gapping the lacuna in our knowledge and expanding awareness that can enhance our understanding of this mutable world. We have put the word mutable world. We all faced so much of trouble during the last 2 years because of coronavirus. And now the world over, the situation is better. The virus is subsiding And really, we are all looking forward that we meet physically. So through these sessions, I hope that you have gained insights into how to reach all our stakeholders. It has been truly a great couple of days. Thanks so much for all your kind wishes and positive encouragement. As the president of GC-AIBD, I would humbly ask you to join me in thanking all those whose wisdom and experience had made our event successful. Let us clap. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Republic of Fiji for hosting the event with AIBD. The special attention by the Fijian government, and particularly that of Attorney General and Honorable Minister for Communications, Republic of Fiji, His Excellency Ayaz Saeed Kayum, was really remarkable. I would like to include Fijian National Broadcaster, Fiji Broadcasting Corporation, and Mr. Riaz Sayed Kayum, the Chief Executive Officer of FBC, for partnering with AIBD. I really thank His Excellency, Honorable Prime Minister of Fiji. We are immensely thankful for all the esteemed speakers, particularly the honorable ministers from different countries who had joined. Again, I will name His Excellency Ayaz Saeed Kayum, Minister of Communications, Republic of Fiji. His Excellency Mr. Anurag Singh Thakur, Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Youth Affairs and Sports from my country, India. His Excellency Tulop Bansemo, Minister of Communications and Information Technology, Samoa. His Excellency Dr. Khieu Kanareth, Minister of Information, Cambodia. His Excellency Yunethong Khafan, Deputy Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism, Lao PDR. His Excellency Anucha Nakasai, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office, Thailand, for gracing us with their presence. I'm really thankful to all of them. Besides the ministerial session, we have had 6 sessions of the summit with about 40 speakers from 16 countries, along with 5 pre-summit events. That's also very important, the pre-summit events, which deliberated on so many topics. They delivered in a very interactive manner, and good interaction with the instructors and experts. It took place during the pre-summit events. On behalf of the AIBD, I would like to thank the Yuso Banka Foundation, WHO, ITU, and ILO for partnering with AIBD for these important pre-summit activities. I would also like to thank our members who had participated in cultural programs and the content sharing session, which had 6 organizations showcasing over 25 programs. I really enjoyed the dances all on the Fiji beaches, and really look forward that I visit those unique areas, unique locals, and the Indian broadcaster, Doordarshan. We covered this summit very well, particularly the cultural part also. Our 290 participants from 5 pre-summit workshops and webinars who have successfully completed the activity, we are very appreciative of your time and attention, and I hope that you have big takeaways from your session that will help you to improve and expand your connection with the audience. And finally, I would be remiss if I do not include our team of AIBD working diligently behind the scenes. I know they had sleepless nights. Organizing a conclave in virtual mode itself is not an easy task, I tell you, because connecting with so many speakers in so many countries and checking their connections, that's something very important. Other than the preparing agenda, then Now, still they have task ahead to put everything together and preparing the report. I thank Ms. Philomena. Philomena, wonderful working with you, and I really look forward meeting you. And Kuala Lumpur, I wanted to come personally, but because of some other pressing reasons, I could not come. And really, you are doing very good job. So many training sessions you are organizing, and this virus has in no way impeded your speed, I would say. And your team for putting together this first ever virtual Asia Media Summit. I'm using first ever virtual Asia Media Summit. Now I am very much sure that the future summits are going to be in hybrid mode. So people who can come will come, who will be joining from elsewhere will join virtually. So there was tremendous content and relevant session that reflects the media's need of the moment. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, although this is the last day of the summit, the last moments of the summit, our work and duties as ascribed and highlighted during the summit are not over. As media professionals, we are constantly vigilant and cognizant of our duty to our society and their needs. So I would like to call upon all media organizations to continue their efforts, your participation and your support towards each other. Let us be part of this community that work for the betterment of the public, that guides the younger generations protecting their rights of access to information, assisting media organizations that need our attention, and finally, leaving no country behind. As the humanity on this globe, we have to all progress together. I thank you for joining us for the Asia Media Summit 2022, and I hope to see you all in the next year's summit. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for the work that you and the AIBD team continue to do to innovate and inspire media growth in the Asia Pacific region. And finally, I'd like to warmly welcome someone that I've had the pleasure of working with over the past couple of weeks, the director of the AIBD, to say a few words before we close the 17th Virtual Asia Media Summit for 2022.
Thank you, Amelia, and thank you for the multiple rehearsals that we had over this past few weeks. And I'd like to thank everybody, especially the esteemed dignitaries who have joined us from day one of our summit, and to the governments who have been very supportive to AIBD, guiding us, the government of India, Cambodia, Thailand, and in Europe we have France as one of our esteemed members who has a long history with us, and of course host country Malaysia, and Fiji in the Pacific, which is one of the strongest members, and of course all the other countries in the Indo-Pacific region. We also have Africa. The people are joining us from Nigeria, and we're very happy that all over the world, despite the differences in the time zone, this last 2 days has seen a gathering of media professionals here at the Asia Media Summit. And truly, we are honored to have this. And it took us months to put this together. And just for your information, everything is being handled virtually from Fiji as the virtual host. So Fiji is a big kudos to the Fiji team in FBC. Thank you so much. They deserve a big hand, everybody. So it's a very unique summit. A virtual host who's handling everything from Fiji, the playouts, the videos, the whatever that they're doing, it's happening. It's a lot of communication going to and fro from the Pacific to Malaysia, but somehow we have put this thing together. And I'd like to thank all the people who have come together in this vibrant conference to share their knowledge and in taking the future of media forward. Now, this is something that today's 2 days deliberations from ministers and CEOs to program makers, these are the people who have been sitting and sharing with us and telling us how we can take the future forward, reimagining media. And I think this is the first time a conference is having a virtual host. Someone said, how did this idea came about? And the moment I and my team thought about it, we immediately called Mr. Riaz Qayyum, who is the CEO of the Fijian Broadcasting Corporation. And we said, Riaz, can you be a virtual host? And he immediately said yes. So Riaz Qayyum, CEO of Fiji Broadcasting Corporation, thank you for your far-sighted, visionary, and brave, bold yes, because from that day, we've been working so hard to make this a reality. Thank you, Riaz. And also like to thank everybody who joined us. And we're going to have a very special networking session. And I also like to say that we're holding this, and as we sit in this AMS today, at the end of it, this happened this month, seems to be the month for freedom of press, right? We celebrate the freedom of press. And media is always the fourth pillar of democracy. And this is something that all lawmakers, all broadcasters should understand, that media should broadcast the truth. And it stands for the truth and for democracy. And we support this as AIBD. Being a neutral body, we support this, we support everybody, but media plays a huge role and it should be given the freedom it deserves. And with that, I'd like to say thank you. And most of all, I'd like to thank my team from AIBD. Can you just put up your hands from the back if the camera is catching you? Very small team, but they've been working day and night. We don't sleep, okay? Everyone's got tons of powder on their face because they've not been sleeping or we've not had lunch. So if you hear any sound from the microphone, we've not eaten from morning. So I don't eat because I'm a broadcaster. You're not supposed to eat before you talk, but they haven't eaten. So we're all waiting for this closing tea. And I'd like to say a warm welcome to all the ambassadors and dignitaries who have come today to join our closing ceremony, from all over the region, some members of AIBD and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you to as well. Thank you. And it's goodbye here from Malaysia, AIBD Malaysia. And can we have a photograph, please, so that all of us remember this first ever virtual conference with a virtual host. Thank you. Do we have a photo? How is that going to happen? Yeah. So I think your cameras, Nabil? Can you have everybody switch on your cameras? Those of you who are in Zoom, and here I think we have the cameras on already. So can we have a photograph? Yes? Any commands, Nabil and team?
So if I may.
All right, so I would like the Fiji team to appear on camera. Please switch on your camera, guys. You're doing such a great job with all the rehearsals, with all the connectivity and everything that we've been doing across the Pacific. Please switch on your cameras so that we can see you and we can start talking or taking pictures, start clicking. Can we have, Riaz, can we have the Fiji team switch on the cameras? And also all our panelists as well.
Okay, yeah, I saw some of them just to switch it on just a while ago. There we go, there we go.
Akash and team who have been putting up with all our cross-country talk. Thank you, and Amelia. So can we have everybody on board and let's click. Can we start this as quickly as possible? Thank you. Thank you. Right, can we just have a click? AIBD team at the back, please. Yeah, stay on. Come. All right, let's make this fast. Ambassadors and dignitaries, thank you so much. And just bear with us as we click the photographs for historical purposes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bula. Bula is hello in Fiji, yeah? And then
Bula, Bula, everyone.
Okay.
Picture like this.
Okay. One. All right. Bula. Bula, Bula. Bula Vinaka. It's not Hasbula, but Bula. Bula Vinaka. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Naka.
Thank you so much to all the team. We'll see you in Fiji soon. Mr. Raja Singham will be coming with me. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your presence, your time taken to be with us over the last 2 days. I'd also like to thank our kind sponsors, without whom none of this would have been possible. Our host, the Republic of Fiji government, our AIBD members, and everyone who contribute to make this event a success. Thank you so very, very much. Until next time, I'm Amalia Rigsby saying Nisa Mwade from the Fiji Islands.